All right. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Flavorful. Good morning, Trina. Morning, Rushmore. Hey, Ottermelon. Hey, Maud. Hey, Hawkeye. So, yeah. Still been a little bit under the weather lately, dealing with some allergies and stuff. And my sleep schedule is still completely upside down. So, what better thing to play for a random day stream early in the morning but a horror game based around nighttime and darkness? But yeah, this is White Knight. Um, Recently, I went through Layers of Fear 2, and I was kind of complaining a bit. And a lot of games lately are kind of like that. But it's worth pointing out that there are some games that come out that I feel do story and atmosphere and tension and a lot of things that make a really great horror game, do those things well. So, figure we would kind of play something where this takes a lot of influences from things the same way that Layers of Fear 2 does, or Layers of Fear, or a lot of those games, but it handles them in a little bit more of a subtle way. And it does some interesting things with the story. The story, as well, is something that, in a lot of contexts, would be considered kind of cliche, but the way that it's presented and the way that the character and the player kind of discovers the story as you go through makes it interesting. It's very similar to like Silent Hill 2, where a lot of the base concepts of Silent Hill 2 are kind of cliche themselves, but the way they're presented through the game and through the characterization of each of the individual people throughout the game is what makes it interesting. So this game is kind of like that. It's really interesting. What's up, Stefan? But yeah, there's it's based on a lot on exploration and puzzle solving and piecing together the story. It's not very high on like combat and things like that. There's no combat. There's only one type of enemy, and it's one of those games where if the enemy touches you, you die. It's a recurring ghost, but the story and everything built up around who that ghost is a big part of the story and everything. So, but yeah, we'll just kind of get into it.
Some nights are just pitch black, without stars, and without sleep. Dirty nights clinging to you like tar. Like this one night, back in 1938. Boston. The Great Depression tsunami was just sweeping over what was left of America. Misery, hunger, despair. Times are hard, they said. Times were worse than hard. And the bar was about to close. As far as I was concerned, this was just another intoxicated day drawing to an end. If only I knew.
So we're first introduced to our character here. He's outside of a nightclub. And he was just closing the trunk of his car. So you can just barely see the club there. It's called Smoke and Mirrors. Hey, Lebuste. Watermelon, thank you so much for the 3 months. Very much appreciate you being here. Thank you for all the support. It's what allows me to even do this in the first place, so thank you so much. God, I love this game's soundtrack. I said there's a lot of stuff about this game I'm gonna be repeating myself over and over, talking about all these elements I love. But the soundtrack, the voice acting, yeah, the black and white aesthetic, especially since it revolves around the game's main mechanic, which is light. Since there's no combat, the constant struggle in the game is to stay in light. You mostly only have matches, but then there's... Oh my god. The ghost of a woman in the road. And he swerved and crashed the car. Alessa, yeah, exactly. So a lot of this stuff is pretty on the nose.
Shock was still echoing in my bones as the image of that girl coming out of nowhere surged back in my mind. Did I hit her? Was she dead? I couldn't remember. Thoughts were spinning in my head. I hope I didn't run her over. I hope she's still alive. Then, the pain. The terrible pain on my side. And this question. Where am I?
Despite the pain, using controller to walk was still possible. Alright. The car was wrecked. I got lucky. Blocked. The impact had twisted the metal. Seen the Thai movie Shutter? I have not. there's lots and stuff in the environment that you can explore and interact with and examine. And a lot like a lot of the Silent Hill games and other games like that, you get a lot of information and stuff by doing that. This girl on the road, the impact. I couldn't find her body. Hello? Hey, Trina. Good morning. Chat broke on you again? Yeah, it's been happening a lot lately. So a lot of the game is kind of like this, where it's just these really, like, this black and white aesthetic, and all the music drops out, and you just kind of have, like, the wind blowing and birds and stuff in the background. That little spark of electricity with the headlights flickering on and off. So I like a lot of the kind of artistic quality of this game, too. That one went by quick. And just like Silent Hill 3, there's a lot of stuff where once you see it, it's gone. And I didn't read it. But this is also the kind of game where you are kind of encouraged to replay it and do different things, examine different stuff. The Boston Daily News. Have I killed her? Who was that girl who crossed the road? I couldn't avoid her, but I never found her body. I couldn't get her desperate stare out of my mind, but I was wounded and I needed help. So I'm pretty badly wounded. Just kind of limping along here. You can see, you know, just the highlights and stuff, the white on black. Just kind of having this outline of where you are, the lines on the road. And the one working street light here. Kind of highlighting this fence. Vesper Manor. Didn't ring a bell. My head was empty and painful. I could read the name Vesper on the mailbox. That name. No, ever since the commotion, my memory seemed like gone. So we're entering the Vesper Mansion. And we're going to learn a lot about the Vespers. But at the same time, we don't know who this player character is. And how, or even if he's related to all of this.
I was trying to collect my thoughts, but the intense pain was scattering them like a bunch of dead birds. My fear of being wounded changed into an obsession. Was I about to die?
There we go. So the entrance to the Vesper Manor, I'm still just kind of limping around. The arm came from a marble structure. There's a lot of stuff where, like, the shapes, you can't really quite tell what they are. But then once you examine them, you get a little more information and kind of makes sense of what you're looking at. For sale. This board looked as old as the house. It was quite a drop. The bucket fell down a dozen meters at least. No way to recover it. Thinking this was a premonition was probably just superstition, but I felt definitely uneasy. This is also a game made by a French studio, Osome Games. So sometimes some of the English and stuff is a little bit off. This unknown symbol let out a powerful aura. We've got auras emanating from weird symbols and big spooky mansions. Premonitions of something going on. And don't worry, eventually I do get to move at like a faster pace. But for now, you're just kind of like wounded, limping around, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of stuff to like go around and look at here. And I said, this is one of my favorite games in the last several years. I think this came out in 2014 or 2015. Margaret Vesper, born Venter Cross. On the grave, the name Margaret Vesper seemed to challenge eternity itself. Who was she? The grave looked as daunting as a forgotten tomb. What a dire way of decorating a garden. So, the grave of a Margaret Vesper. We'll see Margaret later. A bird table, nothing more. A bird table. I think it's a bird bath. I've never heard it referred to as a bird table. How you doing, Mr. Hyde? B. Norman. This name coming from nowhere was chilling. Nothing extra on that. Henry Vesper, a relative of the landlord. A metallic shard in the dark caught my attention. Mr. Hyde caught my attention, gifting a sub to Hin Hawkeye, covering that 2 months. Mr. Hyde, thank you so much. Very much appreciate the support. Okay, I'm freaked out. As soon as you talked about the street light being the only light on, my power cut out. Holy shit. Get ready for spooky times, Kingdom. So we got Henry and Margaret Vesper. The bucket had not been used for a long time. We have a shard in the dark on this one cross. But the statue is blocking it. The statue had been moved recently. So move the statue, the shadow moves with it, and reveals that there's a key on the cross. See, so that's kind of the whole aesthetic of the game, is kind of messing with light. It's a lot of light and shadow-based puzzles and things like that. So they give you a good kind of idea of what you're doing here at the very beginning.
I had the feeling I was about to desecrate a sanctuary, to open the door to a world I didn't belong to. But whoever lived in there, they would understand. I needed help. Anyone would understand that.
William Vesper. No date on the grave. that's the same spot. Hey, what's up, Rachel? Good morning. Hope things are going well at the new job. Lunchtime? Noise. I hope you get to enjoy something good for lunch, or at the very least, you know, some time away. How goes day 2 of finding out your supervisor, who you actually, like, report to? There was still some golden liquid inside the glass. The glass was still moist, and the chair was overlooking the garden. Someone was there very recently. If that person were to come back, my wound would be the only acceptable reason for breaking in. So someone was here recently. Letter from Martha Kenton to William Vesper. Under normal circumstances, I would have never tried to contact you. I am an honest woman. I have supported my husband since the blessed day of our wedding, from which 2 beautiful children were born. I have given them the best education I could, but today I cannot afford to raise them properly anymore. We are ruined. My husband's employer went bankrupt. He is traveling from town to town trying to find a job, while I have to beg for food every single day. My 4-year-old son has a bad cough, which is getting worse, and I fear for his life. Nowadays, we can see children die in the streets. Is this still America? I beg of you, who are rich, only a few dollars would be enough. We could work for you. We live in the shack under the Best Oil sign, at the entrance of the slum, by the Graham slaughterhouses. Don't hesitate to come. Martha Kenton. That brings us to overarching theme number 2 of this game, which is the Great Depression sucked. Couldn't see a thing. The window was watching over a tomb. Old and damp planks which had fallen from the front of the mansion. Alright, let's go inside. Let's enter the Vesper Mansion. Recently reopened commissions, immediately got 3 with good tips, so to celebrate, Grace and I are getting nuggies. Hell yeah. Enjoy them celebration nuggies. That's awesome, Trina. Congrats. If I wasn't...
somewhere safe. That's all that mattered. As the doors opened, the mansion seemed to react to my presence. There was a smell, like a cornered animal. The smell of fear.
Smell of nuggies.
And yet, I entered the place because I had no choice. I was praying to find a phone or some help. I didn't even bother wondering what happened to prayers when they reached the wrong door.
And what's up, the Heed? Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the game and the playthrough so far. As said, this is one of those lesser-known games that I wish more people knew about. It's really, really good. I enjoy this one a lot. You were saying, though? I was saying I would commission you more myself if I wasn't, like, stretching every penny at the moment, especially with AGDQ coming up.
Hello? Hello? I need an ambulance. Can you hear me? I need help. What had happened? This cold, the darkness around me. I was usually not afraid of the dark. But there, on that day, I remembered I had a matchbox somewhere in my jacket. The urge to light a match was growing with every new chill running down my spine.
In my pocket, I found a box of matches. I could get some light using B. You get just a little glimpse of a ghostly figure. And this little tiny circle of light. And that's going to be the majority of our light source. Who answered? I couldn't forget that sound. Once inside the house, I tried to use the phone to call for help, but the answer was scrambled and unintelligible. Who was it? As a chill went down my spine, the entrance door locked itself behind me. That woman with dark hair was dominating the room. Who was she? Beer? I don't remember seeing this. You may love it, you may hate it, or you may have never drunk a beer. Did you know the cost of all the new jobs in the Civilian Conservation Corps program from Roosevelt's New Deal could be covered just by the taxes on beer, over $328 million. Taxes on beer amount to almost $1 million per day. Beer means over 1 million jobs for you, your neighbors, or your friends. Beer producers know they offer well-being, but they also want beer to be safe for everyone. Enjoy with moderation, and the future, yours like ours, always will be prosperous. Beer is your product, and it's your future. So they got like little ads and things kind of setting the tone of the year. This is November 3rd, 1938. Great Depression, Prohibition. A lot of not great stuff going on. Gotta make sure I'm reading all these as they come up. Collect some more matches. And yeah, you max out at 12. And matches are completely RNG, how long they burn for. Some will last for a pretty long time. Some will burn out very quickly. Sometimes they burn out as you're trying to strike them. There are duds that you can pick up. And sometimes you'll get several duds in a row. I was routing this game out for a little while to speedrun it, and it's a very frustrating game to speedrun. It's a very fun game casually. I love the game casually, but it's a very frustrating speedrun. A shovel covered with fresh soil. Seems someone had been busy in that garden lately. The mud was still fresh. Couldn't open it. It was no use. Oh, my match burned out. What's up, Mongoose? And Person Suit. Person Suit, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much for the 20 months. Holy shit. Appreciate all the support, dude. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Salt Mines. Are we in the Salt Mines? Are we salty today? What were you playing? No salt here today. I'm doing a chill playthrough, at least not yet. I'm doing a chill playthrough, kind of a story playthrough of one of my favorite yet lesser known horror games from the last couple of years called White Knight. And I'm pretty early on. We just started. We're like 30 minutes in. And a lot of that is just reading and limping around. Finished Amnesia for the first time, and then some Visage. Very nice. Amnesia's great. I wish I could go back and be in the mindset. That's one of those games I wish I could play it blind again, because it's really good the first time through. Yo, Archangel of Chaos. We're about to get a lot of UFOs right now. I'm still not prepared for these gift sub bombs with the alerts. Archangel of Chaos being super, super generous. Holy shit, with the 10 gift subs. That's a lot of UFOs. Forgot year one that doesn't have it set to 1. Yeah, I honestly never figured out how to change that on Streamlabs. How to make the gift subs into a separate alert by itself and consolidate everything. But you know what? It's kind of fun having a huge train of things go off too. Archangel of Chaos, thank you so very, very, very much. That is super, super generous of you. Thank you so much. Hey, Katrina. And yeah, congrats everybody who got a gift sub there. And again, welcome everybody who was coming over with Person Suit. As said, going through a game called White Knight. It's like all black and white, kind of film noir, very stylized sort of game. But one of my favorites. Whoever lived here had a special taste for alcohol. So a lot of this little observational stuff is kind of like Silent Hill 3, where on a first playthrough, it might seem kind of inconsequential. And then as you start kind of putting things together, it all makes more sense of like how significant it is. So the boots have been used very recently. The shovel with the soil on it, alcohol bottles everywhere. There's like soil and stuff being tracked in. This mountain landscape couldn't soothe me. Locked. No matter. I needed help, and it was in there. Hey, a light. So, now, luckily, we've got an electric light here. I can actually put my match out myself, which seems like a weird thing, but it comes in handy from time to time, because you need to put out matches to interact with other things. And there's times where you'll have rooms with electricity and stuff. Then you'll also have moments where the power goes out and you have to rely on your matches. But for now, we have light. 2 men on a small boat. A memory from an expedition. Is he hurt or drunk? A little bit of both. He just came from a nightclub. He was doing some drinking. He swerved and crashed his car, so he's a little drunk. He's a little hurt. Encyclopedias. The edge was hardly readable. Couldn't go through there. Saw this symbol outside on a tree.
Locked. Of course. And no way to know what was waiting behind it.
So even though I've got a light over here, it doesn't even cover the entire room. The armchair looked comfy. I could get some rest and save my progress. Get some matches. Whoever that was, it currently didn't ring a bell. A soothing aura was surrounding this lunar goddess's statue. Small statue of a lunar goddess that stood in the parlor felt like a comforting presence. So there's a lot of symbolism and theming around the moon. And we'll start seeing more and more of that. This game even has an achievement for beating it on the night of a full moon, which is pretty interesting. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 11, August 21st? 21st? August 21st, 1911. Suffocating in its useless illuminations and frills, the mansion doesn't have the greatness befitting a fortune like the Vespers. It's the work of a degenerate romantic. It's like a stain in this century. I ordered the flower beds on the east side of the garden to be removed. They made moving around complicated, and in the summer, their scent was unbearable. I didn't talk about it to Henry, and he was quite upset. For the first time, I think I saw something like rage in his eyes. For a few seconds, he did look like a man, and then he shut himself back in his melancholy and played the piano all afternoon. His jazz again, this stupid music which reeks of debauchery and misery. Okay, so we're learning more about the inhabitants of the Vesper Mansion. Margaret and Henry, their relationship. Comes darkness, October 29th, 1938. The time came when we stopped counting. We stopped counting how many companies closed in the past 9 years, how many unemployed and families ended up in the streets, forced to live in slums around our cities. We stopped counting all the commodities wasted because nobody could buy them, thrown to the sea or burnt. We stopped counting how many of our business partners fell with us. It was 9 years ago, on October 29th, 1929. Born from the sick and speculative belly of America, the crash would throw the world into the storm and darkness. We are still here, but we lost faith. And we stopped counting because these were just figures, because today they make us feel nauseous. Dawn seemed far at that time, and today some think they can see the sun rise. They seem to forget night and darkness are always out there, somewhere. And now we get to start collecting spooky photos. Memories of the Vesper Venter Cross family. 1900 and 1938. And that's just lovely. September 5th, 1910. William, 6-year-old, daydreaming already. Alright, well, my match burned out, so I'm going to go ahead and sit in the comfy chair.
Are you there?
As I woke up, I had recovered some strength. I could run. I can run! So yeah, these are our save points. I'm surprised it doesn't let me examine the Selena poster back there, because that's made very prominent for a reason. But it's Smoke and Mirrors Jazz, which was the club we saw our character leaving at the very beginning during the intro of the game. And Selena, who's the singer there. We're going to learn a lot about her as well. A box full of old science books. Seeing the woman with the church candle, I was wondering where God was. A boy with religious dress. A house full of old traditions. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 12, August 28th, 1911. William is 7 today. He's with Henry running after the servants in the garden, dressed up like monsters from space. Games. Always games. The mansion is all upside down and their yells gave me an awful headache. I'm now cloistered in the office, unable to even pray. Henry's fantasies keep William away from his great destiny. I have to bring him back to me, as this will be my only chance to make a man out of him, to make him embrace the Vesper Cross legacy, to show him the way. Henry's a dreamer, and he has no ambition whatsoever. He can't teach him anything. Behind every great man there is a great woman. Nonsense. Women should be on the front line. This is where the opposite brought us. I have no illusion about how little power the world is leaving in the hands of women. But William is young. He is the future. I will act through him. And may night finally fall upon this house. May William stop running after deceiving lights to find the place he deserves in this world. So obviously, very loving relationship between everybody in this Venter Cross family. The crucifix was not comforting at all. The library door is locked. Nothing special about the wardrobe. Vesper, the landlords for sure, but not a very smiling couple. And a ghost.
Help me.
Who was it? Or what was it? In my world, women didn't glow like the moon. And they didn't walk through doors either. I had to be more badly wounded than I thought.
So she went through the locked door leading to the library. So that is the objective right now, is to try to find a key. And someone just turned off the light. So if you, at this point, start, like, staying in darkness, if you don't have a match or a light on, you will just die. Eventually, you'll die from just standing around in darkness for too long. So it's important that I'm collecting matches and using them. And finding sources of light and turning them on. Note to self, Mother's shadows. Mother's shadows will never go away. I understand it now. Calling them ghosts would still be too noble. It is a filth that strives in the dark like flies on manure. As long as I am alive, they will never go away. So that's one of those, like, gameplay hints about just the ghosts in general. So, ghost is too noble, but Mother's shadows. So, Margaret Vesper, whose grave we saw outside. Her spirit lurks in the Vesper mansion. You could hang the picture of a headless woman on the wall. Some very interesting art pieces. But yeah, Margaret Vesper is who we, spirit we wind up being our main antagonist throughout this. Basically our only enemy throughout the game. In the eyes of the old man, you can see wisdom and sadness. Margaret Vesper, née Venter Cross. A woman as noble as cold. One of the paintings had the name Margaret Venter. The same as the grave outside. That woman's stare was as noble as a frozen lake, and looked just as cold. Very Dave with the very raid. Dave, thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Hope your stream is going well, man. What were you up to today? Hunting all the mons. Can get my grubby mitts on. Nice. You know, I've still yet to play Monster Hunter. I'm honestly a little afraid to, because when I latch onto those kind of games, like, it'll be all I play. But yeah, welcome. And welcome everybody coming along with Dave for the raid. I'm Nub. Um, if you're new here, I predominantly throughout the year play a lot of Silent Hill and survival horror. I do lots of in-depth story playthroughs, kind of analysis playthroughs of games. I also speedrun like every game in the Silent Hill series, as well as a few other random things. And then throughout October, I tend to try and stream a lot of other horror games, stuff that I don't usually get to as much throughout the year. Today, I am playing through one of my favorites, a lesser-known game called White Knight. It's a really interesting game. It's very story-driven. It's going to be a lot of looking at stuff and reading notes. But it's a really great story. It's got some good voice acting in it. It's got a really interesting film noir, black and white sort of style to it. And they use that for a lot of the mechanics for the puzzles. It's all sort of light and shadow-based. It's a really interesting game. It's, again, came out in 2015. Little lesser-known French studio called Osoma Games made it. But yeah, one of my favorite horror games in the last few years. And very few people know about it, which is unfortunate. So hopefully you guys will enjoy it as well. It's got a great soundtrack and stuff as well. I don't think I read this one earlier. Losing my mind. I saw a surreal woman crossing the doors like plumes of smoke. Her out-of-this-world beauty was extraordinary. Was it my imagination? Was she the girl on the road? That would explain why there was no body. There is a ton of these articles to find and read. I'll be doing my best to get all of them as we go. Margaret and Henry Vesper, two strangers pretending to be married. And we get a little glimpse of a ghost there. And more creepy photos. February 8th, 1910. Vesper's Legacy, a gift from the past. Elected Best Company of the Year. Vesper Inc. And this is good old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells talk only to Cabots, and the Cabots talk only to God. Look at all those nice factory workers. Oh, that's not good. Another apparition. But this one smelt like death. I couldn't move close to it. It was an old lady, a corrupt soul. Death itself. I had to stay away from it. And I mean, I really do have to stay away from it. If I get too close to the apparitions, the spirit of Margaret, we're fucking dead. It's all just one-hit kills in this game. Same thing if you stay around in darkness for too long. You just die. There's no health or anything. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 19. And this is good old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells talk only to Cabots and the Cabots talk only to God. A Boston Toast by John Collins Bosti, Boston's Brahmins Anthem. Boston Brahmins, June 6th, 1938. In these troubled times, one would dream about the glorious past of our city, about the founding fathers who built and strengthened its walls. They would be the Boston Brahmins, the bigwigs, businessmen, lawyers, and soldiers whose sense of morality helped draw the lines of the city and gave it a soul. And what a soul. Without them, Boston would be one of those many little towns of the East Coast. Thanks to them, in less than a century, it became the major economic, financial, and cultural center we all know. And while we can see those who will build the century to come, the newly graduated from Harvard, symbol of the city's pursuit of excellence, let us keep in mind the spirit of the pioneers whose clear speech, inherited from New England, still sings in T.S. Eliot's poems and in the voice of Katharine Hepburn. 8 years ago, Malcolm Nichols resigned from office. He was the last of the Brahmins, the last Republican to hold the mayor's office, but it is still here. This noble blood which builds roads, schools, churches, courthouses, and hospitals. An economic crisis, no matter how dire it is, will never wash away their dignity. So we get a lot of notes like this, just sort of place setting the time period and kind of the general mindset of not only the general public, but a lot of the mention of like these bigwigs, these people in charge. We know the Vespers who own this mansion are supposed to be very wealthy. God, you can see Margaret, that shadow there. There she is right there. And as said, if I get too close, she starts approaching. And if she touches me once, I die. So I'm going to try not to talk to Margaret. A high heel shoe. Maybe its owner was still around here. A woman's shoe was lying on the floor of a corridor. I chose not to touch it. Something here felt like agony. There was barely any humanity left in that man's stare. This portrait of a woman had been cut with a knife. Gonna see more of that in a bit. A harbor, empty boats on water. An appointment with Destiny 2. These economic royalists complain that we seek to overthrow the institutions of America. What they really complain of is that we seek to take away their power. Our allegiance to American institutions requires the overthrow of this kind of power. In vain they seek to hide behind the flag and the Constitution. In their blindness, they forget what the flag and the Constitution stand for. Now, as always, they stand for democracy, not tyranny, for freedom, not subjection, and against a dictatorship by mob rule and the overprivileged alike. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, June 27th, 1936. Note to self, armchairs. I'm so tired. Father ordered several leather club chairs from a Quincy craftsman. They are perfect. It's one of the few places where I can rest and think. Margaret wouldn't touch them, and I have no idea why. Maybe because they are marked with a sun, which made her blind. I don't know. I'm just happy they are here. Thank you, Father. So, a little more information on the chairs where we rest and save. They were ordered by Henry Vesper. And Margaret doesn't like them because they're marked with a sun, and the sun blinded her. We get more information and stuff on that too as we go, but that's our first. We start getting all these little pieces of kind of history and lore with this Vesper family. And as said, all of it kind of comes into play more as the game goes on. Sheet music was taken away from that glass case. What was there inside that needed to be concealed? Electric light. I could look around and I was still free to act using A. So sometimes we get these little close-up sections for solving puzzles. The box lid was displaying an esoteric symbol. We've been seeing this symbol around a few times already. The box was closed. There was a small opening for a key. Hey, Mogar. Welcome. A small music box with a secret inside. I could feel it shudder under my fingers. The symbol of Venus was engraved on the lid. Hey, Alavak. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 10. July 3rd, 1929. I watch them from behind the vapors of my whiskey. Drunk men and women who bark at each other like animals. They grab and bite each other in a preposterous parade that seems to arouse them. I am outraged, and yet I am jealous of their foolishness, their ability to just forget everything in this game. Then there's the lovers, leaning and whispering to each other amidst that chaos, confident that their words would find their way to the mind of their significant other. I dream of being in his place, drinking in her words. What could she say to me? What would I answer? Would I tell her I love her? Maybe I wouldn't say a word. Maybe I would hit her. I could be her son. I could be the son of all women. Okay. That started off troubling and just got worse. But now we're getting some stuff from William. William is the son of Henry and Margaret. I remember the smell, cold tobacco, fresh enough to fill the room. The globe was covered with scribbling. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Spooky photograph. Summer of 1912. My only family. After father's death. Their voices, their footsteps, their lives. I miss them all. Some matches. The gramophone could only play Silent Dust. No?
I decided to accept her presence. After all, from all those weird things I had seen that night, she was the only one who hadn't tried to kill me.
I mean, nothing's really tried to kill us yet. I avoided Margaret. From Selena to William, excerpt number 1. Dearest William, you wanted to know more about me. Last time I didn't tell you everything. This letter will make up for this. When I arrive in California in 1930, I am only 18. This is a marvelous place, and the weather is so nice. I spend hours on the beach, astonished to see how brown my Norwegian skin can become. In the evening, I hang near the jazz clubs. In the afternoon, I watch people play on the beach, humming the tunes I heard the night before. Sometimes I try to sing louder than the waves. That's a good exercise. My English is quickly improving thanks to the American songs I already knew in Oslo. At that time, I am barely aware of the social misery that is devouring your country. I am young. I want to be beautiful, to meet people my age, and to sing. In Los Angeles, at the Spice Club, I meet the members of a jazz band. They are talented and funny. We play all night. I forget about the hour and about my parents. They even call the police. At the end of the night, the musicians tell me they are looking for a singer and that they want me. I can hardly believe it. Have you ever felt that you finally belong somewhere? It feels fantastic. So, Selena, who's a jazz singer, who is in love with William Vesper. Was it the moon, standing alone in the middle of everything? Fuck you,
This
Margaret.
thing looked like it was reaching out from some fairy tale. The kind of stories in which kids get devoured by some witch in a dark forest. Was it real? Delusion or not, I tried not to think about it. Only a madman can think mad things.
2 duds in a row. 2 match duds in a row. We get our first match dud, and it actually was 2 in a row. That's very unlucky. And we also get kind of more of a look at Margaret there as she passes by the curtain. And even though she is the only, like, enemy throughout this, she's pretty damn terrifying. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 12. February 6th, 1932. Of all the bars I visited, the Smoke and Mirrors appears to have been especially tailored for me. People there are quiet, melancholic even. They stagnate in the swirling smoke of their cigarettes, like convicts, desperate victims that were pushed to the darkness by the crisis. But even if the bar is an elegant place, they are not driven away. They respect their right to oblivion. It is a place where they can disappear. I found myself a corner from which I can watch their comings and goings until I am carried to the abyss by my own whiskey. Every time I am caught again by the band. Such good musicians. Their music is like a tear that time stretches? A tear that time stretches? Probably tear. A slow jazz, steady and reserved. It is the music of their time, the music of those who fell on the wayside. Someone told me about a singer who just got hired. Well, I don't think the band needs that, but we will see. DJ Rebirth. What's up, man? A log. A good start if I wanted to start a fire. A real microphone, but the girl, was she just a dream? Note to self, kitchen key. My dear friend, for the lack of sleep erodes your sanity as well as your memory, I hereby decide to put the kitchen key in this book of recipes Father loves so much. It is in the library and won't move from there, which will prevent you from having to make extra keys again. Please start by trying not to lose this note. Your devoted servant, yourself, William. The menu for the dinner seemed to be a good 20 years late.
Locked. Of course. And no way to know what was waiting behind it.
If the match was a nuisance, I could put it out, but I won't have light, which will be needed to open that. The fire could be an ally, but I needed to find some wood. There's another log here. Some more matches. Needed more wood to get the fire really roaring. There. It would do the trick, but for how long? Long enough. I don't know if this actually does... I mean, I know it burns out later, but I don't think it's time-based. I think it's event-based. Now I can open this. By mashing a button. Touching that disc was warm and comforting. I felt an urge to listen to it, so found a record. And there's a gramophone in the other room. From Selena to William, excerpt number 2. In September 1934, during a concert at the Red Bait, we meet Jim Erziger, a producer whose label, Two Roads, is becoming prominent. After the show, he tells me I have a marvelous voice and that my Norwegian accent brings something unique to our African-American jazz music. That it is enough to get the attention of amateurs and curious listeners. I have to admit Norwegian jazz singers are not that many, but I can't really believe he would hire us. But he does. He suggests we name the band Selena and the Frozen Sons. I am to be paid for singing. Everything looks so simple. Dad used to say that anything can grow in California. I feel like a flower finding its way through the snow. But my parents are not happy for me. I think they are homesick. But I'm 22. Life is an adventure and I don't know much about life. I know nothing of pain, for example. Everything changes. I think that's everything in there. Lipstick, crucifix, astronomy books, such treasure. Got the main thing we needed, which is the record. Alright, take it easy, Ottermelon. Good luck on the test. Solitary Suns, poetry. The last thing I had in mind. See if there's anything else in here. Yep. Lots of stuff to look at. It's amazing how much character you can give a silhouette with just his movement. Yeah. Just the little subtle ways he kind of moves the light around and kind of walks. As said earlier, with him kind of staggering around where he was both injured and drunk. But yeah, they do a lot with, you know, a good minimalist kind of approach. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 9. May 11th, 1928. It has been a year already since Sarah died of pneumonia, a few months after Winterstone became disabled, following his heart attack. They were my only friends. Today the house is empty, like every day, filled only with my own echoes, and these things I don't want to hear anymore. I miss Father so much. I still see him, playing by my side. I see him put his hands on the piano keys, humming as he was playing music. Think about leaving, but then I wonder, what would that change anyway? Night is everywhere. She would find me. First, I have to make my big plan come true and learn how to live again. I listen to Jack Hilton's Wonderful You, and I realize I've never had anyone to play with. This is what I need, some company, a companion. The city is so close. I guess it is time to leave. They have electricity and light there. W. Vesper. He had the stare of a broken man and a lost soul. He looked broken and dangerous. So no electrical light in here, just the fireplace. That ominous music whenever your light burns out. Because, yeah, you are fucked if you are in darkness for too long. That music, its mere presence gave me some hope.
It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now.
It was her. That girl from the jazz record. Selena Sandvik. The key she left me was an invitation. Was she trying to help me? Or was I heading towards even more troubles? I
Okay.
had to focus. Surviving is a full-time job. Not the kind of job you can afford to lose.
So that's the ghost that we keep seeing. It's Selena, the singer. That key was an invitation, but to which world? To a world called the library. And yeah, Kingdom of Eve. Glad you can enjoy your return to Twitch. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Definitely need some good vibes all around. Already read that. Present? The disc said the girl was called Selena Sandvik, a jazz singer from Norway. She had 2 gifts for me. Her voice, who could seduce even the darkness, and a key, though it didn't mention which door it was supposed to open. Found a chest that could be helpful, but the wooden cover was very heavy. I would need another light source if I wanted to use both my hands, so that was the fireplace. Seemed that using the gramophone made the girl appear, but it wasn't enough. She needed more, apparently. That puzzle was missing a piece, a link between her and the contraption. Got a bunch of new things here that I haven't read yet. Golden Lips cigarettes. The best things are made from the best ingredients. Golden Lip cigarettes are made with the finest Turkish tobacco, finely and tightly braided to bring out all its flavor. So light you'll think you draw on the... That's a weird sentence. So light you'll think you draw on the air of a sunny morning, and yet you shall enjoy all the strength of their distinctive character. Breathe and fly with Golden Lip cigarettes. Join millions of smokers. 1938. You smoking yet? A glamorous crimson lipstick. A wife's, a lover's, a touch of femininity was in stark contrast with the mess in the room. Not with the glass and ashtrays, though. To the library. What's up, Hirimi? That's a different game. Note to self, the shadows avoid the electric light. Tonight, one of Mother's shadows caught me as I was walking inside the library. That same day, I had someone fix the electrical wiring, which had been out of service for years. In panic, I switched on the light. The shadow vanished in a scream. The electric light kills them. Oh, sorry, I missed that, sale. I'm playing on PC. You can get this on Steam. It's usually pretty cheap as well. The moon. I would have needed her light here. The moonlight was glowing behind these curtains. Oh, my match. Hey, what's up, Bane? Yeah, I'm a big fan of this game. And it's a shame more people don't know about it, so doing a good, thorough story playthrough today. The mother of men, my mother, you allow me to be a man. Gotta love all the creepy fucking photos and things they have here. And the fact that it's like real people adds a lot of creepiness to it. That it's not just, you know, artwork. James Farr with the 8 months. James, thank you so much for the support. Welcome back. Excited to learn about White Knight? Awesome. We're definitely going to cover the game as well as I can. As I said, I've played this one quite a bit, but it's got an interesting story. It's got a lot of vagueness, but just kind of the right kind of vagueness to it. It's a good game. Found what the issue... Well, at least you figured out the issue, Trina. Hey, Demise. Note to self. She's suing me. Her voice is harassing me, blaming me, and insulting me because I was not the heir she wanted so much. Margaret is even more harmful in death, and because I am her son. She has always possessed the keys to my mind. I am desperate. How am I supposed to keep a dead person at bay? Three graves, three names. Maria, Irina, Virginia. Irina, Virginia, and Maria. Three paintings, three women portraits. Someone added a blade as decoration, creating a grim but maybe meaningful display. Although disturbing, the knife had a role to play in that tragedy. It clearly wasn't art, just the fantasy of a murderer. Virginia. Don't let me catch you on my earth again, Virginia. Read that. Geometrical symbols? These shapes gave me a headache. Although my ideas were still very confused, the symbol had an effect on me. That kind of symbol, esoteric, alchemical, was enough to turn someone's blood to ice. My leg was hurting. It was better not to finish it off. No climbing ladders. A strange nostalgic feeling caught me as I watched that stare. Something sharp caused that split. I needed the same tool. Rotten material, again. I had to find the source of that problem. So, can't switch on the light. Virginia. These portraits of women, it was like a collection. So, 2 knives. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 1. June 18th, 1932. In alchemy, the second of 4 cycles leading to the incarnation of the mind in the great work, the Philosopher's Stone, is called white work, albedo leucosis. During this phase, the alchemist cleans the crease on it, makes that a little bit weird. I was trying to see if it cuts the other words below it. The alchemist cleans the matter he has been dissolving and charring for years in a renewed cycle with water he has distilled 3 times. This is the time of the moon and the purification of matter by femininity. The water the alchemists obtain is called alkahest, the universal solvent. The elixir of longevity that puts an end to the little work. Despite my research, I have not been able to acquire a genuine alkahest. This could be the ultimate cure, the elixir that would save my life. I don't give a damn about eternity. I just want peace. I have bought some materials. Tonight I will begin my journey towards the great work. I hope to reach the albedo, but this path is very long and very dark. Okay. spoilers. I'm not going to answer that door. I'm just going to plug in the lamp that I need. Be on my way. Whoever did this clearly had real issues with women. One of two knives. Electricity had become a very good friend, which became rare. So we killed a ghost. There was a Margaret ghost sitting there in the corner. I made a discovery that would very well save my life. Electric light killed the ghosts. Could death itself die? Not really. It just kind of removes her from that area. But she's still around. The landlord had crates full of books delivered to him. A key was hidden amongst the pages. It would be extremely useful. What a great coffee with what a great resub. 21 months. Hey, Nubby, so many subs you've eaten. Here's another. That's a lot of subs. Gonna get fat. But thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. So that was our key to the kitchen. I was holding the key tightly, praying that it would be useful. But yeah, if you answer the door that was being knocked just a moment ago, Margaret's on the other side, and she just fucking kills you right out. And this game, like, I guess I could go back to a chair and save and show it. It can be a little bit annoying about how it makes you redo certain things. Like, I might have to redo some of the stuff in the library, even if I save after doing it and then die. But I also want to show a Margaret death. And since this is like a neat little extra thing. Oh, you know what? Actually, I wonder if this works. Oh, she doesn't actually pursue me as far as the lamp. She's still over here? Nope, she goes back through the door. Even better. Okay, so I've got a key to the kitchen. I have one knife that I need. I can go ahead and put the first knife in. Oh, I need to get rid of my match. Point the light at that. Wait, what? There. Do it. Don't think, said the voice in my head. Stick it in. Do it. Okay. Is this game new? Nope, this one came out, I want to say in 2015. So it's not super new. Some more matches. Just saved, so I should be good on that. I need to go back to the kitchen. Hey, Denari. Hope you're doing well, dude. Definitely gonna save in here, even though I just saved in the other room. Because getting to the kitchen without dying is where... Like I said, I started speedrunning this, routing this out to speedrun at one point. Because I was like, hey, this is one of my favorite games. Nobody else speedruns it. Let me go ahead and do that. This game kind of sucks to speedrun. Because there's Margaret. Her path is random. I need to get to the kitchen. And she might just flat out murder me. Sometimes she's just in the way and going to kill me. And there's nothing you can do about it. Oh god, it's gonna happen. I didn't think she was still chasing me. What was your best time? I never finished a run of this game without dying to Margaret at least once. And you can see that's it. It's one hit and it's over. All I can do is run to the door and hope she's not here? Hell yeah. There's some notes and things, but I'm going to turn on a light first. Note to self, matchboxes. I place matchboxes all around the house in case the electrical wiring breaks down. It really is the last thing I wish would happen. So, a little in-lore explanation as to why there's matches everywhere. Once a meal, now an offering to flies. I love the way a lot of that stuff is written. Without light, I couldn't do anything. The dishes in the sink were now full of life. Gross. There's lots of matches in the kitchen. But it's also kind of an awkward room to get to, and it becomes very unsafe to get to. That piece of meat could have come from anything or anyone. The dagger was used to carve Selena before it was forcibly stuck. I was prisoner inside the belly of a beast, a blackened, starving beast. The words, "It's cold," are carved on the wall back there. Oops. I was hoping he would say something about the boards. But yeah, there's another corridor here, but it's all boarded up. And there's a light here that I can switch between having the kitchen light on or having the corridor light on. So I'll need that corridor light later, but for now, need this kitchen light so that I can pull the knife out of the table here. The blade had been stuck with remarkable strength. So now I can go back to the library, but I also want to make sure The corridor light is on before I go, because I'll be going there next. Switch was handling 2 lamps, one after another. Stock back up on matches. Hope Margaret's not right out here in my face. Oh, she is. Yeah, coffee. Go right ahead. Okay. So my pathway back to the library has been blocked. I have to take an alternate route past a bunch of Margarets now. Okay, that was actually really lucky that I recognized she was there, because that was like the worst spot she could have been in. See, that's why this game is such a pain in the ass to speedrun. Matches are random as fuck, Margaret is random as fuck, and everything kills you in one hit. Here we go. So I need to move this onto that. And we need to go put a knife into Virginia. Just been acting the Mickey. Oh, come on, hitboxes. The mechanical clicking sounded like a relief to my soul.
Press clippings were all referring to the Black Lake Wolf, some serial killer going after women in the area.
So there's a serial killer in the area known as the Black Lake Wolf. And a lot of information about it. Just sitting on a desk in the Vesper home. This map of the ground floor would probably be helpful. Lost and overtaken as I was, the floor plan showed up right on time. So this literally is your map. Like, that's how much of a map you get, is this little part of your daily news scrapbook. You don't even have like a map button to bring this up full screen or anything like that. So maps in this game are kind of pointless. Like, it's one of those games where by the time I even learned that that was how the maps worked, I had just memorized the layout. These sketches of naked bodies were drawn nervously, like an urgency. It's a nice outside the window camera view there. Some really good static camera shots and stuff in this game. The character with the lamp used to carry a lamp bulb. The office door was guarded by one of these soulless bodies that filled the air with foul dust. My only chance of escaping was that lamp with no light bulb. Fate had a score to settle with me. So, gotta find a light bulb. And there's a Margaret just sitting there, blocking that door. So we gotta get the lamp going to kill that Margaret and get past her. Pictures of bodies mutilated with maniac care. A gallery of victims. In the office, there were dozens of photographs of women, including newspaper pieces about missing women killed by the Wolf of Black Lake. And I was stuck here with these sad memories of them. Something was telling me it wasn't the work of a kid. Cut out letters and pictures of Selena. Spooky photos. August 28th, 1912. William's first record. Debussy's Clair de Lune. That woman looked terrified, a feeling I knew all too well. Selena Sandvik again. The owner had an obsession with the singer. I found the portrait of that Norwegian jazz singer Selena Sandvik. Was she living here? Did she marry the owner? Or was it just pure fascination? And more of these little newspaper ads. Dictophonia. Spending only 40 hours per week at work shouldn't make it impossible for you, the man with so many duties, to fulfill them all. With our e-model voice recorder, you can save time and double your productivity. Dictophonia works hard to help you be more modern and efficient by taking advantage of the latest technologies. Don't waste your time. Enjoy it with Dictophonia. Enjoy your time with Dictophonia. From Selena to William, excerpt number 3. We spend the summer of 1935 partying. Jim is constantly introducing us to new people. It is his job as a producer, he says. He pays for everything. He always makes me drink too much, arguing that Scandinavian girls can drink. Well, I can't. But I love alcohol, I enjoy whiskey, and I often end up drunk. We play one concert after another all along the coast. At the end of the show, people come to see me, offer me flowers, tell me they wouldn't miss any of my performances for any reason. It's hard to believe, but I feel I am changing already. My eyes are getting used to the spotlights. I feel more comfortable on stage, and I learn how to seduce the audience, how to seduce men as well. They like me. They think I'm beautiful, and I take advantage of it. We rehearse at Gatz's. He's our drummer. As he has a spare room, I end up living there for good. My parents try to stop me, but I am growing up, and there is nothing they could do. I believe they figured how this all would end. So, got a candle next to a chair. Opportunity to save. I pretty much never want to pass up a save point, because any interaction with Margaret can be death. Hell, even if you just inconveniently run out of matches, if you get bad luck on matches, you can just fucking die. Margaret's right fucking there. So, let's look around. I think I may have already seen everything in here, though. Another dead match. The wire crossing the room looked like a snake. Oh, this is a new one. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 13. February 20th, 1932. As I came home from the smoke and mirrors, her voice kept clinging to my soul. That girl is fantastic. She introduced herself under the name Selena. She has just arrived in town, it seems. Her voice holds a melancholy that sounds very familiar. She's like a moonbeam skimming you like a cold wind from the north. In a few minutes, even the most intoxicated of the drunkards were sitting in front of the stage, some on their knees. They were crying. You can see she's young, but her voice isn't. It has the wisdom of many lives. She has rekindled a flame that had faded a long time ago. My soul was cleansed by her song, as if the alchemist threw distilled water on the ashes of my unfinished work. It reminded me of an old friend, very close yet very far, except she never goes down to earth. So William was very obsessed with Selena. Let's see if Margaret has moved so I can get over here. Alright, good shit. You can hear her moving around. It's so gross. Makes like a wet, sloshing sound. Oh, there she is. You can see her effect moving in front of the camera there. And now we have the dream sequences. This is our first one. And these can be kind of annoying. You'll notice I don't have any matches. So these are very, very specific, like if you don't go where you're supposed to go, and you don't stay within areas that are lit, and you don't walk in the right spots to trigger the next spot of light that you're supposed to go to, you just get lost in the darkness and fucking die. And even as many times as I've played this, I might still get lost in the darkness and fucking die because of the way the controls and static camera angles and stuff are. It's another one of my small complaints about the game. It's that Silent Hill 4 style where it's only directional controls, like you always move in the direction you pull the analog stick, rather than tank controls where up always moves you forward. I've always preferred tank controls for static camera angle games because no matter how the camera switches around, you know your character will move forward if you push up. So that if, for example, you can't see anything, you still know what direction your character is moving, even if the cameras are switching. So you run into that problem where, in this game, a lot of times you can't see where your character is, you can't see the silhouette in the darkness, and you don't know if the camera moved, so you don't always know what direction you're going. So it's very easy to kind of get lost in the darkness in these parts and just die and have to restart and do it all over again. Smoke and mirrors. What was it? Some club? So we examine that, and that gives us our next safe spot to walk to. Oh no. Something here was definitely wrong. Like here, I need to go from the spotlight to this part. And the camera kind of switches, so that letter would be useful. I just didn't know how. It didn't make sense. Was it real or was I going to wake up? So I need the light to come back over here so I can kind of follow it up. Pieces of a puzzle? The clues were gathering. I needed to think. The ignition key was still there. I could use the lights. Who am I? Written up there. I love this, like, distorted version of the song that we keep hearing. Someone spent a lot of time cutting these letters, and it wasn't a game. Bloody scissors were lying on the desk. Selna. Okay. Almost died there. I got lost in the dark trying to run up here without the spotlight. It's fine. Found it.
For an instant, I thought I was lying in a bar. That Selena was just a dream born from a whiskey bottle. But no whiskey would send you this kind of angel. She was watching over me.
All right. So our first sort of dream sequence. That place felt besieged. And there is a Margaret over here. But I think I can read this note. The Wolf of Black Lake, August 10th, 1935. After a period of relative calm, the residents of Boston suburbs are still living in the fear of what they now call the Wolf of Black Lake, as a reference to the poor district where a number of prostitutes have once again disappeared these past 2 weeks. As the police are no longer commenting on the case, they are now accused of playing the game of the abductor, as the number of missing women is rising, 21 at the latest count. The abductions happened at night, and the culprit seems to only target dark-haired women, pushing the most cautious residents to dye their hair. No corpse was found yet, nor any demand made public. It's always the poor who take the rap. As if it wasn't hard enough already, a mother confesses. Nobody gives a damn. Even journalists don't come here anymore. right. Now there's a light switch in this hallway I need to find. Without running into Margaret. No, no, no. Fuck off, Margaret. There it is. Fuck you, Margaret. Finally, I felt like a child worshipping light after he had a nightmare. That light bulb had nothing to do here. Where was its stand? Alright, so the lamp is plugged in. Got the light bulb. Got Spooky Margaret's. Whatever the picture, it will always look back at you. Yeah, we need to find the matching aluminum can to go along with this light bulb. Boston Brahmins, June 6th, 1938. In these troubled times, one would dream about the glorious past of our city, about the founding fathers who built and strengthened its walls. They would be the Boston Brahmins, the bigwigs, businessmen, lawyers, and soldiers. Didn't we read this? We read this. More spooky photos. High-heeled shoe. Okay, so we're looped back around to this part of the mansion. That's why I already read that. It's because I've already been here. This I didn't see, though. Victim's note number 3. Dear Irina, we have decided to accept your proposal to come take a picture of our family. We know nothing about art, but I believe showing what is happening today in the heart of America is the right thing to do. You will see our flat is awfully tiny and dark. We miss our house, and the children often ask when we'll go back home. They still can't believe a bank could steal their house. Yesterday they told me, what do they need it for? Don't they have a house of their own already? When you have no answer to counter a child's logic, it means things have gone really bad. In any case, they know you are coming, and they are very excited about it. We'll be waiting for you. You know our address in Black Lake. See you soon. Marilyn Campbell. Yeah, Coffee. I have played this one several times before. It's a solid favorite of mine that not a lot of people know about. I've streamed it a few times before. Something bad happened to that chair. Better it than me. Margaret's right fucking there. I can hear her squelching around. I don't think I want to go in here yet. I need to go turn the lamp on. Oh, man. Margaret, you're in the way. Okay. Save the game. No, not this. The light bulb. Light bulb was decorated with tiny craters that look like the moon. I finally had more hold over the night. Fuck off, Margaret. Victim's note number 1. Dear Mom, please do not worry. Robert's salary was cut by 50%, but he should be able to keep his job. That's how it goes with the crisis, even if it means we have to live with 20 to 25 bucks a week. I try to barter and I do a few things here and there in exchange for food. To avoid wasting gas, I cook several meals at a time. I collect used clothes and stitch them back into shape, and of course, I only buy bread when it's 1 day old. At least when the bread is hard, the boys don't gobble it up in no time. But we are lucky neither of them got sick. Winter is coming, though. Last week we went to the cinema with Paul, and we saw The Blue Angel with Marlene Dietrich. What a woman. Here are $5. That's the best I can do right now, but we'll soon be with you. Take care of yourself. Beth Rogers. March 3rd, 1921. It's a man holding a knife and cupping his balls. And a shot of Tobey Maguire, shocked in horror. And the moon. It does look like him, right? Not just me. Oh, shit, my match. Enough to keep curious eyes away. Alright. New door open. The coffin let out the noxious smell of death and rot. William Vesper's diary, excerpt number 8, November 21st, 1919. Mother's burial was yesterday. While everybody was crying, I was cursing her as I watched the coffin slowly lowered under the ground. It was like a dark celebration. She's back where she belongs, and Earth itself doesn't care. It is not afraid of her. It has no ears to hear her scream, no skin to endure her beatings. But during the night in my room, as soon as I blew out the candle, I felt a breath close to my ear. Then I heard her voice, "I will save you." I screamed. Sarah came to see what was happening. I asked her to sleep close to me. I dreamt of Mother the whole night. She was walking silently in the house with her blind eyes. She was waiting behind the door of my room, like a wolf. Dr. Rosenthal says that can happen with morning people, that they make things up. For me, it is out of fear. I don't make anything up. Margaret is still there. His mom sounds like a hoot? Yeah, well, you know, Margaret's ghost has already chased us around a little bit, so apparently that's just kind of how she is. Fresh mud, damp wood. The coffins have been unearthed very recently. Speaking of Margaret, she's fucking right there. I might die here, because I don't remember her pathing when she walks over here. In the corridor, I found 3 coffins that were just unearthed. The putrid smell that floated around me covered the smell of dirt for good. See if there's any more of these that I didn't look at. I think we're good. Okay, good. He seemed drawn into that book. Margaret Vesper, January 2nd, 1880 to August 26th, 1919. Lots of images of people holding knives. and a photo of her grave outside. In-game graphics. Out of all the other photos that are all sort of like realistic photos, it's the first one that's like in-game graphics showing her grave outside in the front area of the Vesper Mansion. The vase was empty except for that partly liquid thing at the bottom. Oh man, I'm getting low on matches. And Margaret's right there. Did I still have matches over here? And did I read this? No, I didn't read this one yet. Disappearances, September 20th, 1934. For over a year, Boston has witnessed a number of troubling disappearances. There are now 13 cases of missing women unsolved, despite multiple searches by the police and community. The women are from the lower socioeconomic stratum of society and aged 20 to 50. 8 of them were notorious prostitutes from the red light districts of Jamesport, Livingston, Black Lake, Crescent Bay, and Tardy, where most women were abducted. The rate of these disappearances has escalated in the last couple of months, with almost 1 abduction per week. Human trafficking, murders. The police are definitely following a criminal lead, and they encourage women to be very careful. Yet a growing rumor is accusing the law enforcement agencies to tread too lightly, considering that it is, according to them, the work of one or multiple urban predators. I got all those matches already. Did I have matches back in this room? I don't think there's any in the library. There might be some by the save point here. Fuck. They keep going out too. Shit, I got all those? Is this open yet? Alright, well, I need to go to the... Okay, Margaret's that way. I need to go to the kitchen with 1 match. This door should be right next to it. Of course, Margaret's right there as well. Doesn't matter, we're in there. Although now she's going to be, like, right outside here when I try to leave. Yep, there she is. Okay. All right. Got matches. That one's locked. Margaret's in my way. So for this part, I know there's a switch. There it is. A single switch and I would be safe. At least I hope so. A tiny sparkle and I would keep living, but for how long? Oh, long enough. Portraits of men, I was pretty sure I had met a few of them. So now, our character, who's mostly been, like, unfamiliar with everything, starting to see familiar things. Why would these familiar people be in this random Vesper manor that you crashed outside of? Victim's note number 2. Dear Dr. Malloy, I went to the clinic to visit James. He is so weak. According to the doctor, this is the result of the belladonna enemas. Anyway, when he saw me, he started crying. It broke my heart. I will ask them to stop the withdrawal treatment, as I soon won't be able to pay for it anyway. But I do swear not a single drop of alcohol will make it home. He could find a job. It's all because he had nothing better to do. I'm going to Black Lake to meet his uncle and ask him to hire him as a waiter. We have no choice. We have to give it a try. I know what you'll tell me, but I can't see him like he was today anymore. Thank you for everything. One day I will pay you what we still owe you. Jesse Graywood. So these are letters involving the victims of this Black Lake wolf. June 1911. I never told you how much I loved you. Thank you for everything. W. So, William Vesper. Henry Vesper, father of William, in his favorite chair. Note to self, hiding places. Margaret is easily angered and wreaks havoc in some rooms. I had to hide the house keys to prevent her from taking them to one of her dark places. She used that opportunity to set up her nests near some of these keys, so I had to give them away to her. Her aura is getting stronger by the day, so I have to think and find a way. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 14, March 2nd, 1932. I don't hurt anymore. I don't hunt anymore. I go to the smoke every night, just because of her, Selena. She came all the way from Norway to settle in California with her parents. She was singing there. As her career took off, she had a relationship with a prominent producer under strong media coverage, and she ended up in Black Lake. The owner didn't know more. For everyone here, what matters is her voice. And I don't recognize myself anymore. My piano training sessions always end up as fantasized rehearsals alongside her. When I look at Luna, I see Selena's hair shine under the light of the smoke spotlights. I know nothing of her, yet she became everything to me. Her sadness is mine. Her loneliness is mine. Her jazz is mine. But how can I tell her these things that I take for granted? I realize how little I know about women. So we get more of this build-up of William's obsession over Selena. And that first line, I don't hunt anymore, giving the implication that William Vesper is our Black Lake wolf. I had the feeling the shadows were feeding on her face. Wolf of Black Lake, August 10th, 1935. After a period of relative calm, the residents of Boston suburbs are still living in the fear of what they now call the Wolf of Black Lake. Okay, reread this one. Yeah, now we're looped back to this corridor.
Where are you?
She had climbed the stairs like a diva heading back to her dressing room. Me, I was barely able to stand up, and I was trying to follow a star in the midst of black holes. I never felt so relaxed.
Wouldn't exactly call the time here relaxing, but you know. So, Chapter 3, 1 star can be enough. Heels in the stairs. Selena climbed the stairs like a star. Contrary to me, she knew where she was going. I decided to follow her, hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. The locked cellar door was just another irony for the darkness that hid behind it. The dark marks on the floor were a terrible omen. They were just another step towards the night. I think that's it. And before I continue on, I need to take a quick break here. Stretch my legs for a moment. I'm going to make a cup of tea. My throat is still a little bit messed up. So I'm trying to stay on top of that. Especially with a game like this that's got a lot of reading, a lot of dialogue. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break here and be back in just a couple minutes and continue on with Chapter 3 of White Knight. Back in a bit.
A silver coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on. tell now. If we'll live, if we'll die tonight. A silver coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now. If we'll live, if we'll die tonight. A silver coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to silver coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now. If we'll live, if we'll die tonight.
All right. Thank you, Hin. Got my fresh mug of tea. So ready to get back to it. Hope everybody's enjoying the game, enjoying the playthrough so far. As said, I know it's a little something lesser known, something that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with, and I know it's kind of a slower game. A lot of stopping and reading and stuff like that, but hopefully everyone's enjoying it. That mountain I had already seen was like an obsessional memory. William and Henry Vesper, father and son. The couple had fallen off the wall, a symbol of their fate. Crucifix looked more like a warning sign than a sign of faith. There was a crucifix on the door, on the other side of the stairs. If this was some attempt to ward off evil, it was clearly a failure. Margaret was lying on the floor, as if she had fallen from her rank. At any moment, I could encounter whoever had unearthed the coffins. Even more coffins around here.
Feeling her so close was overwhelming. For a moment, I was a teenage boy again, witnessing a woman's magic for the first time. She was beautiful and classy, like an angel who had fallen to earth. I tried reaching out to her, but to no avail. I had to find a way to get her to see me. I had to find a way to enter her world.
Ah, shit. 1 second. Right as my match goes out, too. Drop my mouse. It, like, clicked off the game. She was waiting for something. Me? No, she didn't even see me. Seated and waiting. Seated in a chair in front of a great mirror, Selena was waiting, facing her reflection, as it was frozen between two worlds. I was the one to bring her back to reality. What was she waiting for? Was something missing? William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 15, March 19th, 1932. Yesterday, Luna had abandoned me. The sky was bottomless. I tried to fix the house wiring, but I ran away. Only the smoke remained. I went to town, only to learn that Selena would not sing that night. Damn the bad luck. So I drank. When I was drunk, I sat by the piano, as I would at home. I improvised a jazzy lament, and when I raised the head again, she was there, holding a glass in her hand. Something burst inside of me. She started to sing, encouraging me to keep playing. Then she said, I already met pianists with golden fingers, but yours are made of flesh. There's a lot of humanity in your touch. You are talented. We drank the whole night and spoke of the past. She ended up crying. I didn't know what to do. Her face was attracting the light like the crescent moon. Now she wants me to play for her on stage. With her, I am so happy and crazy, sick from too much drinking. Hey, what's up, Pork Chops? Wanted this game when it first came out? I found out about it, like, not when it first came out, but maybe a year or so after it came out. As said, it's a shame it's kind of a lesser known game. It's actually like one of my favorites. It's become like one of my favorite more recent horror games anyway, because it was like 2015 or so when it came out. This scrawny body was like a rotting wound over the landscape. A celebration of women or an obsession? These drawings were nonetheless beautiful. Twitch TOS put my match out. California by Selena Sandvik. California, your salty flowers have curled my hair. There I found the key of the world. That made a woman out of a girl. Dancing, I looked straight into your flaming heart of pearl. Dad, Mom, it's all true. Watch me leave through the fiery gate of the stage where I find my fate, and my songs turn the crowd mad. Miss, they shout ardently, you are beautiful, how earnestly. You scare me, I say lying. Give me more of this champagne, the sparkling wine that makes me sing, like a nightingale, at least free to fly. San Francisco, my skin whitens under your flashes. Let me sing your echo. Los Angeles, lead me to heaven, among your angels. Pour in my glass diamonds and honey. Give me the crowd almighty, like a drink of silver, for my foreign lips still bitter. Nothing is too much, nothing is like that touch. I know this is not heaven. Give me the angels. Give me the crowd. Give me the crowd. Singing about making music in California. It's like a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. The stain left no doubt on its murderous origin. These books were covering the modern evolutions of fashion. From Selena to William, excerpt number 5. I will always remember 1936 as the year I discovered the jazz clubs in Harlem, the Savoy Ballroom, the Radium Club, the Log Cabin, the Cotton Club, the Theatrical Grill, with Ellington, Henderson, Calloway, Armstrong. But even though I date a colored man, I'm not one of them. In America, white people still hang African Americans. Roosevelt and the New Deal won't change a thing, William, because your country still tries to cure an imaginary disease by mutilating itself. One night, Jim encourages me to get on the stage. I am drunk and sad, so I sing a stev, a folk song from home, the same song I sang for you last time, but I improvise around the theme in a very jazzy way. After I stop, there is silence. I'm about to collapse. I feel dizzy. And suddenly the crowd bursts into applause, and they go on cheering me as if it will never stop. It's because of that song that I am nicknamed The Little Northern Star by Armstrong. Dear old Louis, so far away today. Hey, Fallen Isel. Welcome. Glad you could catch the stream. Doing a story playthrough of one of my favorite lesser-known horror games called White Knight. Just doing kind of a chill story playthrough. An empty head, devoid of memories. I felt close to that doll. DJ Rebirth gifting a sub to Fallen Isel. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated, dude. Thank you for the support. Did I save? Gonna save anyway. God, these far shots. Some more matches. Oh, shit. God damn it, Margaret. Hey, Clarden. By the way, gotta say this game's looking far more interesting than you expected it to be. Yeah. I said this one very quickly became one of my favorites after I first played it. Brand new science books just arrived from Germany. This hand-drawn portrait of a young man was unexpectedly delicate. Well, that's always good, right? Someone wrote a final letter, and then came the dust. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 15. September 15th, 1911. Henry firmly dug his fingers in my wrists. I couldn't move, and I saw God, with a sword bearing a steel star. Fear left me, and I started walking away, dragging Henry out of the bed. He fell to the ground, and his head hit a vase. As he was moaning and trying to keep blood from flowing from his open head, I talked to the shadow in him. You think you can scare me? I don't fear you anymore. If you think you have a place in this family, I'll disappoint you. Henry, you can have him, but you'll never have William. Henry started crying, his eyes rolling as he was calling for his mother. God, how disgusting a madman looks. Dr. Rosenthal diagnosed aggravated syphilis, contracted God knows where. I wasn't surprised. He told me to prepare myself for the worst, that he would have other attacks. It didn't matter. I care only about the future, about William. He can still be saved, and with him, the dignity of this house. This is my mission. I will give it my all. Souvenirs from trips to African countries. Yo, Romantic Past. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Very much appreciate the support. August 28th, 1911. Creatures from unknown origins celebrate William's 7th birthday. Little Cthulhu. Little Cthulhu costume. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 16. June 3rd, 1913. I haven't entered his room since the first attack. Today I went to visit Henry after my prayer. I expected to find him broken down, wrapped in the stench of death. On the opposite, he looked peaceful, and the room was clean. The servants were taking care of him like a child. When I asked him how he felt, he laughed. You are a dark son, Margaret. You being here doesn't bode well. I offered him to pray with me, to share what he had on his heart. He answered, You can't share anything with a locked chest. God is open for you, I told him. I'm only his vessel. He started reciting the Bible. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep. Then he added, This is what the world is to me now. It also says that the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. I tried. He laughed. You who are filled with his Spirit every day, look at you and tell me it's not poisoned. I left him. His soul is dead. His body will soon follow. All the candles in here had burned out long ago. Collection of tiny... Oh, it went away. Tiny children's cars, protected behind glass. Selena, motionless sentinel, was expecting something from me. We're looking. I was breathing with delight. The air was heavy. A storm was coming. Henry Vesper's stare was soft and caring. You can see Margaret sitting right there on the bed where all the flies are. Henry Vesper, last note. June 1913. This is June, but I can't tell which day it is. I'm not only losing my mind, I'm losing my memories as well. My father left me 2 things. One of the biggest companies in Boston, and this disease that corrupts my blood. Weakens me and keeps me away from my family. When I come out of those manic episodes, I am feeling empty, exhausted, and convinced that it is only a short break before the next one. What really breaks my heart is that William sees me in this state, despite all my efforts to spare him the worst of it. His affection for me hasn't changed, and I love him even more for that. As for Margaret, she finds me disgusting and makes no efforts to hide it from others. She's not a wife, she's not a mother, she's a wolf, only waiting to tear you to pieces the moment you fall to your knees. I'll fight to the end just to show her. Bravery is not the result of a strict education, nor the legacy of a long-lost glorious past. Bravery is facing hardships while remaining true to yourself, and I'm not lacking in that matter. I hope William figured it as well. And now she's standing at the foot of the bed. Employees of Vesper Textiles honors their trust, William. Fall of Vesper, June 6th, 1938. A landmark of Boston, Vesper had managed to navigate the waters of a collapsing economy without harm, and people thought they were made to stand the test of time. Yet today, as the American industry is recovering under the New Deal set by Mr. Roosevelt, one can hardly overlook the signs of a plummeting Vesper. Job cuts, failed deliveries, board member resignations, unjustified foreign investments. The company seems to be falling on itself, and many long-term employees are starting to worry. As of today, William Vesper, heir and current CEO, still refuses to comment on the situation. Let us hope this is only a temporary slump. Let's go ahead and save again. That sucks. I was hoping the match wouldn't burn out until I lit this. Because you always have to put out whatever match you have lit to save. All right. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 17. May 16th, 1928. Mother's birthday was yesterday. She harassed me all night. Her insect-like voice and insults drove me crazy. Then, as I was sleeping, the beating, the scratching. Where were you, Luna? You've been gone for nights. I jumped out of bed, took the car. In town, I saw that lonely girl stumbling on the sidewalk. Her hair was black, a color I abhor. I opened the car door. She was drunk and chilled to the bone and got in. The knife was beneath my seat, so I didn't have the strength to do it. So I brought her back here. As I write this, she is tied in Mother's favorite seat. Fear has made her dirty it already. I don't know where to start. After putting on my mask and a suitable outfit, I started cutting her forearms and thighs. Blood flowed. I felt nauseous and walked out to puke. It wasn't enough. Luna didn't react. Meanwhile, Mother and the choir of shadows kept mocking at my defeat. Wicked child. Shame to your blood. Bullshit. I will show you. So on top of William being a crazed, obsessive serial murderer, he's also into some weird alchemy cult shit and worshipping the moon. Whenever he mentions Luna in any of these diaries, he's referencing the actual moon, and he's essentially killing these women as sacrifices to the moon. Towels and tools from the time when the house was wealthy. Open doors were a rare commodity lately. Doesn't open. More matches. Fuck yes. A map of the second floor. One problem settled. Again, the maps are just these little scraps, just like any other newspaper scraps you pick up, so don't really wind up using the in-game maps very much. I just want to look back through this, see if there was some more things added that I didn't read. Don't think I read this one about the cruises. Ice Venture Cruises. The world keeps getting smaller, and so are untouched lands. With Ice Venture Cruises, take adventure where no one else has set foot. The Arctic is the adventure you can dream of. Its icy, empty, and limitless landscapes, its days and nights with no end will forever change the way you see the world. Will you dare to set foot on eternal ice? Come navigate the Baffin Bay, name a piece of Greenland after you, meet the Inuit in Nunavut. Ice Venture Cruises will keep you warm and comfortable while you enjoy the adventure of a lifetime. Letter from Dr. Rosenthal. Dear Margaret, I cannot come every day to treat your husband's seizures. As I told you, they are unavoidable at this stage of the disease, and they will get worse. I fully understand your worries, considering the responsibilities of your husband in the Vesper business, which is why I urge you to get ready for the worst. Henry refuses to be sent to the hospital. Enjoying his family and his home is part of his last will. Let me clear all doubts once and for all. Syphilis is not a hereditary condition passed on through genes, but from a mother to child through the placental barrier. In other words, it doesn't cross generations. Syphilis killed your father, but you are healthy and sound. Your son is healthy and sound as well. This idea of inherited congenital dementia is an obsession, an intellectual construct, nothing more. You are obviously exhausted. You should take some rest. Dr. Rosenthal. So we're getting more of this inclination of like this madness disease that seems to pass down through the men in the Vesper family, that they believe passes down through the men in the family, but the doctors trying to make a logical explanation for it. Oh my god, I'm trying to move away from it. There we go. The toilets are out of commission, but the owner didn't seem to mind. What does that mean? Does that mean it's used? Someone took it out on these psychology books. Vesper Textile Factory was apparently an important business. Locked door. Some untouched food. Someone ate here recently. A door knocking and opening. I'll be there in a moment. From Henry to William. William, my son, that you would see me leaving as I am now is breaking my heart. I admire your courage, and I don't know how to thank you for seeing me as your father all the way to the end, and not as a sick man or a madman. I am tired. My fingers are shaking, and yet there are so many things I'd still like to tell you. Death is a terrible thing, William. It makes us weak, cowardly. It takes everything from us. But seeing you growing up is a constant joy for me. Thanks to you, I'm more than a man. I'm a father. I hope I have taught you enough. Do not trust your mother. Listen to her. Be obedient, but never trust her. The day you turn 20, you will become the head of the Vesper factory. Although young, you will be able to rely on precious and wise advisors. Always listen to Jack Winterstone. You already know him, and you will learn to appreciate how valuable a friend he can be. You will be free then, free from her. I need to sleep. If you ever are in doubt, play the piano. I will hear you. If it's untouched food, doesn't that mean that someone didn't eat there recently? Good point. Very good point, Dave. Oh. Margaret is right there in that hallway. This place feels besieged. Back to that door that just was knocking and opened. And darkness sequence number 2. I'm going to take a moment here. Sip on my tea. I really, really like the ambient music and stuff for these parts. And just the soundtrack for this game in general.
This room was different. It was a dead space. A breach opened in the night. A world trying to mimic another. Memories, maybe. Suppressed memories. Sadness. Letting myself fall into a trap was starting to be a bad habit.
That smell, cigarettes and alcohol, a bar, a club maybe. The corrupt smell of illegality, poverty, and solitude. Salamira with the 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciated. I was feeling dizzier and dizzier. I had to go out as soon as possible. Where are you? Written in blood on the floor. Kind of makes you wander out of the darkness there to get that next one to go. And this is one of those areas where, as said, the camera angle changes and it puts you into complete darkness. So if you're not familiar with where to go during these little segments, like, it's, even if you are, it's very easy to wander off and get stuck, wandering in the dark and die. And you have to do these sections all over again if you do. Shame tank controls aren't an option. So you want to know what sucks, Hin? This game also has a mobile port on iOS. So you can play it on like iPhone, iPad. And on the phone version, they had an update for it that included tank controls. And they never made that update for the PC version. It's very frustrating. Selena's getting drunk.
Follow me.
Newspaper mentioned her, the rising star of jazz who disappeared. Rest in peace. Was that what she wanted? Such a waste. I'm lost in the dark.
Where are you?
Okay. I couldn't imagine her living in such misery. She had fallen so low. It was too dark for me to see anything. From that hole, I could only see the moon. Could it be pure luck? At least these empty bottles had been useful. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 4. October 4th, 1916. When the moon appears at night, the shadows stop shouting, so I watch it as much as I can. I feel warmth in my body, I talked to it so it would stay. When I stop watching, it's still here in front of my eyes for a while, as if it could stay in my mind. I believe that's the reason I love night more than day, even though the night is very dangerous because of the shadows. And because of Mother. If the moon could kill her, I might be saved, and the moon would take her place. I'm only 12, and I don't want to die like that, in the dark. Some pretty despairing writing for only 12. Little William Vesper. Don't want to do that. Still have no matches. According to the marks on the floor, the bed was moved often. Without light, I couldn't do anything. Handmade but working. The tie of the painting was weak. Maybe with another blow. The painting was covering a spy hole. Things are getting murkier and murkier. So you actually have to examine that multiple times to get it to fall. Door does not open. Still need light. Key was waiting in the shadows for me to get it. Again, I love the lighting of the door opening with your silhouette there. Just kind of moving the painting to let light through and reveal the key. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 14, September 15th, 1911. I found Henry arching on his bed, naked, grasping the sheets as if they were chains. When Sarah entered, she screamed, "He is possessed." I told her to wake up the servants and go look for Dr. Rosenthal. She was too happy to leave. I came close to Henry. In the darkness, his eyes looked like two balls of mercury, the eyes of his son. He had scars all over his chest, inflicted by his own nails. He grasped the sleeve of my gown and hissed, "There you are, whore." He dragged me towards him, towards the obscene swell of his crotch. The past and the present were one, drawing a sinister, bloody line to the future. He was lost, a wrecked man like my father. I was doomed. God had turned his back on me. So Henry's going fucking nuts. Henry Vesper, William Vesper's father. Was I really the man in the mirror? I looked like a dead man. Sometimes it felt as if the house didn't want to lose its grandeur. Don't want that off. Toilet paper, still waiting for its transfer to the toilets. May have been Selena's lipstick, a sacred relic. Was Selena living here, or was it just a madman's delusions? The kind of tool a woman always needs in front of a mirror. So we got a hairbrush, Selena's hairbrush. This bottle of French perfume was probably very expensive. Some sort of goddess of fertility. The label says cyanide, not your everyday perfume. So we've got some like relatively normal stuff, and then little goddess cult statue thing, and little bottle of cyanide. Finally, matches. Because that last darkness sequence takes away all of your matches. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 13, September 15th, 1911. It happened tonight around 1 a.m. The house was quiet. Sarah had taken William to bed after dinner, and Henry had left the living room around 10 p.m. saying he was tired. I thought we were past trying to forge excuses. I was painting in my room when I heard the yell. My heart stopped. I thought it was a delusion, but the yell resonated once again. A yell of ancient fear reaching out from the abyss. A door that I thought locked for good just slammed open in my mind, and behind it was a frightened child who thought her father was coming back from the dead to take her. I quickly pulled myself together. I went out in the hall. The yells were coming from Henry's room. William was awake and about to enter his father's room. I sent him back to bed despite his tears. I knew too well what was waiting inside. Henry was having a bad time. A broken glass because of a storm or a quarrel. The chair was blocking the door. No need to ask why. All right. So this part I might have to redo a couple of times because this hallway can be bullshit with random stuff. So where Margaret spawns is random. How quickly she starts moving after seeing you is random. And when you're running, your character stumbles around kind of randomly. And it'll sometimes get you stuck on things in the environment, and it'll let Margaret catch up to you. So this part can really, really suck. So here's hoping. She's right there. Okay. So I can hide in the bathroom for a bit. Let that position change at the very least. I need to get back to the room with Selena and give her the hairbrush, which is at the end of this hallway. Please don't be right out here. She's right fucking there, isn't she? Okay, alright. Save game. Fuck. Why does my match always go out right here? See, and even after playing this game a lot, like, the one-hit kill aspect of Margaret and her randomness still makes these moments, like, genuinely tense for me. Like, even knowing what's there, what's going to happen, it's ridiculous. It makes for some moments of tension, because I don't want to redo stuff. And, Margaret is unpredictable. From Selena to William, excerpt number 4. Jim loves jazz, really. He is so sweet. I am his princess from the cold, he says. We are in May of 1936, and he thinks the West Coast isn't swinging enough. Jazz expands from New Orleans to New York, where clubs are crazy. They dance, they sing, the party never ends. And that's why everything takes a new turn this very year. Jim tells me he loves me. I'm 24, and he is 15 years older. But I don't care. He's the first man I ever really knew. He wants to move his office to New York and to live there with me. New York, can you imagine? But the band refuses to go. Gatz has a kid. Marcus is about to get married. Bill doesn't like New York. This is the end of Selena and the Frozen Sons. I don't care, Jim says. The audience wants you and they will have you. My parents disagree. If I leave, I am not their child anymore, but I already belong to my fans. Yeah, Selena, write to the obsessed William and tell him about Jim. I'm sure that'll go over very well. Oh, I need to push the switch.
was her story? Her beauty, her light. They didn't match the sadness in her eyes. We were bound. She was trying to guide me, to draw me to her, like a dream which has to be dreamt just to be. She had helped me stay alive until now. This was more than enough to want her presence.
A secret door. Hidden in the wardrobe. On that night, I was no longer a man. I became prey. It was probably Margaret's room, the beast's womb. So we went through that, and now we're in Margaret Vesper's room. Probably a good place to be. Give me 1 second. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 10, April 2nd, 1906. William grows well. He has the pale skin and the weak health of his father. I watch carefully over him. He's very quick for a 2-year-old boy. I stimulate him with all sorts of tests and experiences to elevate his soul. Turner's paintings put him in a very strong state of excitement. Bach delights him. He likes things bitter, strangely, and he looks intensely at a picture of Jesus. I try reading inside him. I tried to make sure this was all worth it. Will he be strong enough to be one of the pillars of this world? God, give me the faith to fight all these doubts. This morning I saw in his eyes a glimpse of light which reminded me of my father. His eyes, like 2 pits of darkness, are too deep. I don't like it. They scrutinize your soul, looking for a breach. I seized his arm to make him stop, and then I saw Henry, watching me from the doorstep. He keeps me under watch every time I am with the kid. Got a chest I need to open. Margaret's paintings reveal a true artistic talent. The storm was coming, more darkness for us. More matches. The snakehead reminded me of the original sin. Each second was like a victory, but not necessarily for me. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 17, July 6th, 1913. I paint all the time. Ideas come by themselves, and I make the paintings as fast as I can to cope for their urgency. Sometimes it feels like it's not me painting anymore, but another Margaret, more instinctive, more animal. What's happening to me? Sometimes I feel like I slept and I wake up looking at someone else's work. My painting bears the marks. The movement is visible in the thick paste. The hues are darker than they used to be. I even notice small cuts in the canvas. When I leave my workshop, it feels like my eyesight is better, as if it is craving for light, as if it was deprived of it while I was painting. I forgot to mention Henry has far more and more attacks. Sarah wants me to call the vicar Hopper. Maybe his coming death has a role to play in my rebirth. Is it the price to pay to be a free woman? So Margaret has been painting. Pretty much almost all the paintings we found around the house are Margaret's. Spooky ghost chair. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 9, March 6th, 1904. Dr. Rosenthal confirmed it. I'm pregnant. Sarah, that poor wretch? Wretch? what they went. Sarah, that poor wretch who reads more lines in the hands than in books, believes it will be a girl, yet something is bothering me. I experience fatigue and nausea, of course, but I feel worried because of this mass growing inside me, like a star about to collapse. It will be a boy. I know it. His ego is weighing on my entrails. I had a number of nightmares in which Father came back haunting me. In one of them I was laying naked on a pile of black ashes, the ashes of my ancestors. I couldn't move while Father, his mouth glued to my belly, was whispering words which burned my skin. Then he raised his head and told me he will be mad, even crazier than I was. And then he plunged his head into my stomach, and when he raised his head again, he had the child in his maw, the maw of a wolf. His jaws then snapped with an awful sound. I woke up, the yell of the baby resonating in my own. This boy will be born under the steel star of the Venter Cross, our seal. I will heal him, whatever he brings into this world. So from the very beginning, Margaret, not happy about her son, William. Got a lamp there, but I need to find the source of the plug. That chair belonged to Margaret. I'd rather die than sit here. Needed both my hands free to do that, so I need to turn the lamp on. Note to self, sabotage. Electric light kills the shadows. These dark doubles of Margaret figured it out, and now they regularly sabotage any electrical apparatus so that the wirings trip in the middle of the night. With this cruel game, they are trying to wear me out, and it is working. I almost no longer sleep. You can see Margaret sitting on the bed there. I love the effect of Margaret, where you can see where she is, like you can see she's there, but they use that peculiar effects to make her look strange and blurry and doesn't quite match with the rest of everything around her. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 20, August 26th, 1913. Henry died today. His last word was for William, whom he called in a whisper. He asked Sarah to play a jazz record before he passed away. Nothing would surprise me anymore. After a number of meetings with the managing board, I will officially assume duties at the Vesper manufacture. I already noticed a number of issues in the management of the company, all linked to Henry's romantic nature. I think I can clear most of them and improve the benefits. We will change the strategy and prepare for the future. Vesper should not be the brand of the poor anymore. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 7, April 12th, 1898. Today was my birthday. I've been in this world for 17 years. It has been 1 year and a half since we buried the man who gave me life. This thing which had been living with us was filth dressed in flesh. Everything is better now. I spent the day looking at our family archives, enjoying the greatness of my ancestors. Leaders often sacrificed for the greater good. At that time, the blood of men was still untainted. Nowadays, it has gone sour like milk left under the sun. That is what killed Father, and so we never forget it. I have to paint the beauty of ancient times. I have to portray them as an example for generations to come. I still have hope for our family. Sooner or later, I will bear another Venter Cross. The classes of Mrs. DeLange are teaching me a lot. She says I'm one of the finest painters in Boston. Showing her the blue veins under the skin of my arm, I reminded her that the Venter Cross excellence was carried by the women's blood first and foremost. So there's a lot of themes in the diaries as they progress of Margaret sort of being disgusted with her great family lineage being tainted by the Vesper family and their madness carried down through the bloodlines. Margaret and Henry Vesper, the cursed owners of that domain. Many dark thoughts were born in that room. Something else I need a lamp for. The plug for that lamp is, of course, right over here next to Margaret. Many dark thoughts born in that room. Young Margaret, a sweet face pinned over a storm. Yeah, that's a sweet face right there. The painting of Margaret holding a fucking knife up. Stabbing formation. Alright. Lamp is on. Did not trigger Margaret. This is good. And if you try to turn the light to point at her, she just kind of vanishes. And the rocking chair is rocking in the other room now, so Margaret moved. Open up the curtain. Oh, I thought there was a way to get this. I thought there was a way to get this far enough to the right where you can actually get Margaret with it. So first I need to move this out of the way. And I'm going to need a key for that door. By the way, there's Margaret. An offering of books had been made to that body. But yeah, there's Margaret's corpse. All right. Open up this. These books were covering the modern evolutions of fashion. No comment on the human skull or any of the other stuff. I'll just take the key. And of course, Margaret is gonna turn the lights off and be right fucking here. There she is. In between me and where I need to be. Margaret, I really just want to open that door. Did she come from this direction? Oh, that's a bad time. That's a bad time. Thank you, fucking matches. Okay. The room was like a slow poison. It was time to leave. No shit. These books came from all around the world. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 11, March 24th, 1926. My fingers hurt. I intensified my training, exhausted Liszt, Chopin, Brahms, Rachmaninoff. The third concerto has become a routine, after Mother tortured me with that piece of music for years. Now I play it with automatic ease. Every key I press is like a knife I stick in her belly. When the technique bores me, I just improvise, and every time, jazz comes back at me. I play for an imaginary lover, a woman who came from the sky. My fingers are running over the keyboard like fireflies, moving from day to night. I know Luna is listening to me, because she can hear everything. I notice that she reacts to certain variations in my playing. Her radiance changes, depending on the rhythm of my fingers. It's like a dance. From William to Selena, first letter. So the first letter that William sent to Selena. Dear Selena, I want to thank you again for the music box. I displayed it prominently in the living room. I imprinted its sweet little melody inside my head so I can hear it in my dreams. I can then see you in my dreams, and for someone who doesn't sleep much, your night visits are a blessing. You are the talisman that protects me from these nightmares. You said that the serenade for a moon girl I wrote for you saved you. I can't believe you are about to take your own life. In my art, the same art I thought pointless has, if my art, the same art I thought pointless has that effect on you, then I will keep writing for you, to keep you alive and make your life better. I placed the sheet music in the safety of the music box. That way our voices can still sing together every time the night is falling. William Vesper.
What was she trying to do when she jumped? To put an end to a dream she seemed sentenced to live again and again? To give me proof she needed me? Just like her, I wanted to escape. But I wanted to escape with her. And in one piece.
A dress at the edge of void. Selena tried to take her own life, and her ordeal was never ending. Even death rejected her. That suicide revealed something that was missing from her life, but that failure carried hope. I needed to find what could save her. I want to point out that just now the clock chimed 2, and it is actually 2 o'clock for me. So this game does track, like, based on your computer's time setting and stuff, what your current time and things like that are, because it has achievements and things tied to the phase of the moon. So there are things in this game that will actually change based on what day you play it on because of the phase of the moon being different. Really interesting little like stuff. And it's nothing too major, but there are still little things that'll alter. And I believe you can get some different endings and stuff that way too. From Selena to William, excerpt number 6. I record a few records between January and September 1936. Morning Shadows and Snowborn, the one I gave you, and Harlem Moon live at the Cotton Club. The press is enthusiastic. I compose easily. I meet lots of people, reporters, fashionable persons. It is a dream for me, but Jim's label remains weak. Competition is tough, and the mobsters hate him for refusing to bow down, especially Melanie St. Clair, nicknamed Laddie, the lady who is controlling the Melanie St. Clair, nicknamed Lady. I can't read. The lady who's controlling the district. Jim was raised by a violent father, as testified by the scars on his back and arms. He hates power enforced by violence. That infuriates him so much that he doesn't realize who he is confronting anymore. The only person he sees in such cases is his father, the man he still faces in his dreams. But that is not a dream, and is not fighting a single man. And that's what I tell him. That's when I tell him something that will change everything. I'm pregnant. I always feared you, your fingers on the keys like spiders. Yeah, that's a good image. A poster for Selena's show in Los Angeles 3 years ago. Found a log. That naked Venus was sitting below the stars as a symbol of femininity. Yes. Norway by Selena Sandvik. Hush, I am 16 this morning, and it is snowing. I am trembling. In the garden, and it is snowing. On the golden hair I brush. Dad plays the piano. He calls me Calypso, like the flower in the fjords. He says, sing a kvedding, sing for the spring, which saw you twig and now a sapling. Sing, hush. It is snowing in the garden. The flakes of my whispers fall on the old fingers of my music-playing father. On his cheek a kiss, and I walk to the woods in bliss. Hush, sing. The whisper of my footsteps carves a score soon forgotten in a soil made of cotton. On Norway it's snowing. I am 16 this morning, and it is snowing. Hush. No need for a song. Not yet, it's too strong. Nature's own jazz jams on my body. So let me dance. I fly and take a chance. I sing, sing, sing. Would have been interesting if they'd included these actual songs. Another log. Like, if you would actually hear these songs performed throughout the game. Selena was looking for rest. I had to help her and stop her agony. I also need to find matches. Oh, that's a bad time for a dud. Alright, I know there's some in here, so I'm just gonna get these first. And there's a save point. It would seem all the time spent not programming colors and textures was spent on cool mechanics and extra endings. Yeah, I mean, it definitely gave them opportunity to focus on a lot of other aspects of the game other than just the visuals. But the visuals themselves are still presented in a really good way. It's kind of like the fog in Silent Hill, where it was there both for a creative decision as well as to hide rendering distance. And it's the same thing here, where it's part of the tone of the game, but also allows for more simplistic, graphics as a means to, for a small studio, put more time on writing and, all the other aspects of making the game. And I still think it's a great looking game. I love the stylistic choice for it. Portrait of Claude Debussy. African sculpture resembled a god of war. Piles of books about piano music composition. Fire could be an ally, but I needed to find some wood. I have wood. Place the wood. All right. An African mask. One of the Vespers traveled a lot, it seems. So it was Earth, weirdly located at the center of the solar system. This picture appeared to me as an esoteric symbol of Saturn. Like a flash of light in my mind, I saw that Mayan vision of Earth. Another vision, another Mayan symbol. That one was the moon. I had a vision. It was the Mayan symbol of the sun. So, this is a pretty interesting puzzle. We've got a solar system surrounding a globe. And you can see all of the planets and things surrounding. And this part can move. It seemed the globe could be opened thanks to some kind of mechanism. If someone wanted to conceal its contents, it probably meant it was noteworthy. So, with this panel on the wall that opened up after examining the globe, you can press this and rotate different sets of planets. So the idea is the fireplace represents the sun, and then the order of planets from the sun is what each of these symbols is a clue to. So starting with the fireplace and the sun here, it's the moon, Earth, and Saturn. Ah, shit. It was the wrong button. There we go. The moon opened. I was looking forward to seeing what was inside. Something small fell from the pages in a metallic whisper. So a key fell out along with this note. From Selena to William, last letter. My dear William, ever since I was a little girl, music has been living inside my head. I have been singing for my father and mother, friends, orchestra, an audience always asking for more. And it was my way of showing how much I love them. Then life took it all back, and my voice became just a tool so I could survive in that backwater Black Lake, enough to buy myself some drinks and forget about all this. This music box I gave you is a voice trapped in a cage. It is my voice, and I give it to you. I want you to remember how you gave me my inner voice back. You opened that box with the piece of music you wrote for me. The Serenade to a Moon Girl is the most beautiful declaration of love ever made to me. I will sing for you so you can escape the shadows of that evil house where you live. I want this world to know you. I kiss you dearly. Key was too small to open a door. A box, rather. Selena gave William a music box. There was no doubt she loved him. The same kind of love a lost animal can have for someone who shelters it. William had saved her with his music. That much was true, but I didn't trust him. Wonder how the eclipse fits here symbolically? Well, the comparison that's most strongly being made is between William Vesper viewing his obsession with the moon and equating that to his obsession with Selena. So he's sort of viewing Selena as like his savior, this goddess, this representative of the moon that he worships so dearly. So the eclipse of that kind of representing the end of Selena, you know, the sort of overshadowing of the moon, kind of showing the shadow that William cast over her. All right, so I've got a key for a box that was downstairs in a different part of the house. And there's a bunch of fucking Margarets the whole way. There's one right there. She was fucking right next to the door, too. I was not expecting her there. So I need to go use this key in the music box downstairs without getting fucking wrecked. All these goddamn Margaret ghosts everywhere. Main character seems to share that passion for Selena. He certainly does. Fuck. She is right there. So I need to go around the other way. Nope. Locked. I need to go right fucking past her. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! I got stuck on the fucking thing. I thought for sure she was gonna kill me there. Oh man, and I am like almost out of matches. Is there still matches in here? I'm right by the kitchen. I have to go. Please, no Margaret. Oh, a dud. Okay. Restock on matches. Get the fuck back. Yep, we're looking for the music sheet for Selena. We're gonna get it. Here we go. Yeah, the camera angles almost got me killed there. It's usually what happens is camera will shift and you'll get stuck on something. Sheet music for piano. Whispers of the Moon by William Vesper. Alright, so now I just need to get all the way back upstairs to the piano. And the door just slammed shut. This is by far one of the hardest parts of this whole fucking game. She's literally already there in my face. That is not... And there's another one. Yep. And there's one. And there's one. And I'm dead. And that's why this part sucks. It's random. And there's just fucking Margaret shadows everywhere. Okay. Let's try again. This is one of the sections of the game that made me decide, maybe I don't want to grind out speedrunning this. See, this time she's further back. Oh my god, camera. buddy. Oh, that's fucking... Okay. Or she's out here. Oh, nice. Nice bright room with electric lights. Can I save here? Hell no. Turned off my save point. Library doesn't open on this side. Hell yeah. Fucking dud matches. I'm pretty sure she's in this hallway somewhere. There she is. Shit, that's not where I want to go. I needed to make a sharper left there. Hey, Grimmy. Just immediately they're in the worst positions. What is this camera angle? Why am I just looking at Margaret? Oh, this sucks. Okay, back to the second floor. See this part? This part, it's just instant death and it's random and yeah, this segment right here is pretty much where I was like, you know, this is not as much fun to speedrun as I thought it would be. Because you saw there, I basically handled it the same way every time. You just kind of have to make a run for the kitchen, and sometimes Margaret's in the way, and sometimes Margaret just fucking... It's awful. I said I like it from a casual standpoint, but trying to get that to go well for a speed run is pretty frustrating. Is that Margaret squelching? Yep, that's Margaret there. William Vesper's Diary, Excerpt 18, May 19th, 1928. I was studying an Amerindian ritual sacrifice when the fuses tripped. I was grabbed and thrown to the ground by shadows, dragged to the storeroom. Queen. Excuse me. Queen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're playing some White Knight. But hope you're doing well. Hope your stream went well. Thank you again so much, Queen. I managed to toggle a switch. Electricity saved me. Enraged, I grabbed the knife and the mask. I returned to the girl. I sat on her to prevent her from moving and stabbed her by following my instinct straight into her belly. That sacred matrix. Her white skin was like a moon redding more and more with each new scar. Then I saw higher art in the making. The work turning from white, the alchemical albedo, to rubedo, the red work that concludes the magnum opus. It all made sense. Life, death, the transmutation of matter. And the active tincture of the philosopher's elixir was leaking over me. Intoxicated, I poured her blood to the last drop and bathed in that body as I witnessed life flowing away from it. When I turned back, Luna's silvery eye had returned and was watching us from behind the window. The shadows were silent. I think I am free. Blood spoke. I found a way to quiet the night. So William Vesper was just as... Like, that's the whole idea, is that there's this madness passed down in the men of the Vesper family. And, yeah. This implication that William has just been making these sacrifices as part of a ritual sacrifice to the moon. But it's like losing his mind. Descent into madness. Oh shit, she's right there. I'm like, why am I getting Margaret music? She's standing right fucking there. Who's right there? Margaret. She's right here as well. But there's a light. I don't think I can actually activate that lamp right now. Oh, I'm fucking dead. My match went out, and Margaret was right in my face. That was Margaret's room. No, 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 fuck you. Oh, this is Henry's room. That's Margaret standing over Henry's corpse. Margaret has a whole separate, different room. Well, fuck. Victim's note number 7. Tonight, my little Katie, you'll go to Black Lake and you will swallow all these pills. If you have any second thoughts, read this note once again. You already tried several times, but you were too weak. What's holding you back? Leonard is gone. He must have found a new job, a new woman. He's happy without you. You have been judged, laughed at, condemned. You have no one. You are so lonely. Even your last words are for yourself. Your future is only darkness and ashes. Look straight into the night and open your eyes. This is your future. You have to let go. Do it for yourself. Joan Bennett. Closed. Had no time trying to open it. Margaret is sitting right fucking there. Yep. Fuck off, Margaret. Had the feeling I could see the lights of my car. That one. She's coming this way. Yeah, read that earlier. Don't remember if I can hit this switch or not. Shit. I think at some point I can turn that lamp on. I don't know if that's right now or not, or later. Not currently. No, coffee. Can't go through that way. Margaret is on the other side of this wall. Oh, yeah, I read that one. The stain left no doubt on its murderous origin. A man's hat. I was hoping not to meet him. Ah, here we go. Hey, look at that. He just so happens to be able to play piano and read sheet music. Still think main character is Will. I would say at this point, there's enough information in the game that is the fair assumption to make. Is that this whole time we're playing as William Vesper.
Do you love me?
The feeling of her hand, her voice. Finally, I was able to exist for her. Though I couldn't have said if Selena was coming back to the living because of me. Or if she was the one taking me into her dream. She had become my guide, and I had become the witness of her story.
When the fuses tripped, night rushed into the room, making the switches useless. I'd spent enough time in the dark to know it wouldn't come alone. My time was short. As if possessed by William Vesper's sheet music, I played the tune that had brought Selena back to life. Her perfume, the touch of her hand on my shoulder. I was marked. Wherever she would go, I would follow her. Hey, Mika. Yeah, the black and white is intentional. Box with tubes and brushes was waiting to be carried to the attic. All right. So Selena's light destroyed some of the Margaret ghosts in the way. Now we can
Where was she taking
go
us?
to the attic.
It didn't matter. I knew I would follow her. Just like I knew nothing good was waiting for me up there. This path in the midst of the night would come to an end. In this world or another.
That's it for Chapter 3. Chapter 4, On a Trail of Blood. A face from the past which I had seen countless times in the house. Forgotten in dust, it was like a second burial. A souvenir, some antique you always store in the attic. Harry Meowson, that's cute. The real Harry Meowson's even cuter. That's the name of my cat, who also happens to be my chatbot. The owner was very passionate about his books. I don't like that sound. That message was like a desperate scream yelled into the void. It just says, "I love you, Selena," across the wall.
Do you love me?
Sterile snap of the switch sounded like death. In the attic, none of the switches were working. Night reigned supreme there. I had to drive it away, but where would I find light? Polestar. Selena's light was like antimatter to darkness, a bright negative to Margaret. Under her radiance, I survived the attack of the ghosts. I owed her my life. I was now determined to walk with her until dawn. find a way around. These violent paintings signed by Margaret were hidden here. The clock's hand was blocked. How long had I been here? Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 24, December 28th, 1915. I seldom write, but I never stop painting. My vision is larger now that I lost my sight. Even the house is now much clearer in my mind. Its shapes, its furniture, its angles. I don't just see my surroundings as they appear, but as a whole, as a global map of my soul. My soul embraces at all times. The opposite of things offers infinite wealth. My mind is a dark room where I process images of the world, images which bear a new truth. This is a valuable asset to counter the plans of the old fools from the Vesper Management Board. I can read into them like the mediocre books they are, working with my lawyer to take them out one at a time. I am the only heir. William will be next, and this company will be the tool for his ascent. I can see all the hatred he has for me. I can live with that. He is only 11, and he's still afraid of the dark. I don't need his consent to force him towards his destiny. The crates are from Europe. That was all I knew. There's Margaret. A nightmarish painting. I didn't need that. One of Selina's shoes. Or did it belong to another victim? That trail could only lead me to more trouble. And to Selina. Without a disc, the gramophone would stay silent. June 16th, 1913. Witch. Lovely photos of Margaret. Fuck off, Margaret. Closed. I had no time to try and open it. Smash it open! From Selina to William, excerpt number 8. The next evening we have an argument again. When I begin packing up, Jim pushes me against a wall. I remember the shock. I'll keep the mark of his fingers around my wrists for weeks. After that, he comes back to his senses and prepares a tea, as if he wants to be forgiven. I drink it, and I cry. I see my tears drop in the cup and disappear in the dark water. What has happened to us? I suddenly feel very tired. I fall on the ground. I call Jim, but he just stares at me. He just stares at me without moving a finger. Just before I pass out, he tells me I couldn't let that happen. You understand? I don't want to become a monster. My father was enough. And I lose consciousness. Fuck off, Margaret. It's the alternate title to this game. Fuck. Oh, I didn't read this. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 23, December 8th, 1914. According to Dr. Rosenthal, my sight is getting even worse. Only vague differences in light help me differentiate day from night. Last week, because I was afraid to hurt myself, I had to ask Sarah to help me walk around. I had finally accepted the idea of not painting anymore, but I made that dream about the war in Europe. Bombs were scorching the ground. One of them unearthed my father's body and vaporized it into the sky. He rained on me like black mud, and that made me understand darkness had always been here, in the earth, in myself. It was written all along. When I woke up, I had all the colored tubes thrown away, to keep only the black ones. In front of the canvas, which I almost couldn't distinguish, I used my hands around the frame to picture it in my mind. And then I started painting, focusing only on my movements. Quick, incisive strokes, drawing new and clear geometries. Cast shadows, and I started controlling my world again. I had left William, to his great satisfaction, for too long in the hands of the house servants. It was time I resumed working on his education. So yeah, at some point Margaret went blind from staring at the sun. And started painting. Fuck. I don't remember where all the Margarets are. And they can be kind of random here. There's one. I just need to get over here and get a record. And then take it back to the gramophone. No, no, no. Worst time for the match. There we go.
Follow me.
I was getting closer to Selena, to whatever this all meant. But time was of the essence. We were not alone, and I could feel the dark woman entering my mind. As she was making progress, I was losing hope I'd make it out alive.
Do you love me?
Hear this song in so many games? It's used in a lot of things. It's a very popular musical piece. It's in a lot of video games. It's in a lot of movies and TV shows. Yeah, that's a big part of it, Coffee. It's very recognizable. And, very cheap to use. Now I can turn lights back on. Margaret's Diary, Excerpt 5, January 4th, 1896. Father had just spit his tongue. His mouth was vomiting floods of blood. He started yelling again. I ran to him. I knew it was forbidden, but Venter Cross women are strong. I wanted to put my hand on his mouth, and then he grabbed me. Oh Lord. He grabbed me and squeezed me against him. At first I thought he was afraid. Then I felt what was left of his tongue against my breast, my shirt getting wet with blood and saliva, and I saw his eyes, the eyes of a hungry dog. I tried pushing him away. Oh Lord, I swear I tried, but he was holding me so tight. His stench was so gross I almost fainted. I had no choice. I hit him. With my fists, with the rings my grandmother gave me. There was a snap and he suddenly let me go. I broke a window pane while backing away. My hands were all red. Mother arrived with the servants. This thing is not a Venter Cross, I yelled. I deny it. I curse it. I don't want to see it again until it's dead and rotting. They say it's in the blood, in the kids. I know one thing. When it comes to men, dignity is just a mask placed over filth. Margaret had a rough childhood. And again, this sort of madness that seems to run in the men in the family also affected her father. This painting by Margaret shows an animal twisted by pain. Alright. I need to go flip switches and not run face first into Margaret's. Should be one. Oh my god, that was close timing on the match going out. Right as I hit the fucking light switch. Seeing the rope, I choked. Death is contagious. What's up, Monopoint? And hey, Matropolis. Hope y'all are doing well today. No, no, no. Fuck you, Margaret. What a great coffee, gifting a sub to Metropolis. Coffee, thank you so much for the support. And Matt, enjoy the sub. That Egyptian statuette belonged in a museum. It belongs in a museum. William Vesper's Diary, excerpt number 5, May 12th, 1928. She who receives the light of the sun in order to survive in a never-ending night is like us, but she looks even lonelier when she watches us from her dark seat. Luna, magnificent Mercury, redemptive voice from the void. You are the motherly hand on the child's cheek, the matrix lake where the water of the sun lies. Like a woman, you can be empty or round, and your fecundity is the rhythm of time. Though you are decided the level, through you are decided the level of the oceans, the success of fishing, the depth of our sleep. You are entitled to blood, for you are blessed among all. You are the spouse that no blood ever defiles. I am your devoted son, or whatever you want me to be. William loves the fucking moon. This crate had traveled all the way from China only to end up here. These symbols apparently protected the skylight, which was blocked on the other side. The owner was a collector and a mystic. Cockroaches. Nicholas Flamel recommended their vital juice. Cockroach juice. White disk over the infinite, well of light. Piercing the shadows, the eye, the egg, the circle. It's the moon. William fucking loves it. What kind of person would rather look at a graveyard than watch the stars? I couldn't take my eyes away from that grotesque moon. It's 3 o'clock, and it is actually 3 o'clock for me. Again, this, for those who missed it earlier, this game is tied, like, it tracks your computer's time and everything. So it knows what time it is, what day it is, and elements of this game will change based on what the phase of the moon is tonight, or the night that you choose to play it. These sacred butterflies were not the only dead things here. That picture was taken in the very same room I was standing in. Do you think this game comparing humans to animals is connected to this moon obsession? Not in such a literal sense, but kind of. How they refer to William as the wolf of Black Lake. And that kind of thing. The plan of the attic brought me some relief. In the dark, the slightest help was more than welcome. So, map of the attic. Again, maps in this game suck. Already read that. Yay. More witch photos. Oh, right, I died last time. I didn't pick those up. I had to pick them up again. Restock our matches. I save? Grab that. Kill that, Margaret. Note to self, Mother does not see almost any more in the darkness. Earlier, one of Mother's shadows sprung in front of me as I was walking past the angle of the rooms. She raised her arm towards me and grasped me. I was holding a candle, and struck by fear, I let it go. The flame was blown out, and as I was stepping back, I saw the thing freeze. She snuffled the darkness, and I walked away. I will remember this for sure. To escape the ghosts, I need to merge with the night. Clad in some black attire, I become one of them. Not a very good option for us in the game, though. An ogre devouring a man. Yet another evening on that sad earth. The painting was concealing a window, and as such, the light. A large painting was covering an opening to the neighboring room. The monster depicted was surely terrifying, but I had seen worse during that night. The esoteric symbols scattered around the house weren't just there for decorative purpose. I feared to understand their meaning, knowing I had no other choice. Oh. Margaret's diary, August 26th, 1913. I'm dictating this message to Sarah. Something awful happened to me today. I was painting in the garden, shielded from the sun by an umbrella, when I had one of these blanks. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at the sun, eyes wide open. The burning, like a fire dagger, stuck deep into my orbits. How long did I stay like that? Sarah says I got sunburned. I don't think this is the whole story, but I can't ignore the pain. This means I stayed there for quite a few minutes, looking at the sun. Will I end up blind? I can only make out the shapes of objects and have a hard time moving. Dr. Rosenthal will come tomorrow. I will pray. I need darkness. Margaret's diary, October 13th, 1914. After my accident last year, my sight has fallen to a critical threshold. As if he turned his back on me and started walking away. The world is out of my reach. I can't see, but I cried a lot, refusing the obvious. During the day, the world is like a white canvas, filled with blurred shapes, which disappear as soon as the sun sets, as if they were swallowed by darkness. Using special glasses and my face close to the paper, I can write a little. Using the same tools, I can paint as well. I had electric lights installed in my office in order to keep working and reading. This hard work triggers awful headaches that only morphine manages to fight off, barely. I think William is trying to take advantage of my weakness, to try and escape my reach. He has no compassion. He doesn't love me. He probably never loved me. When the wooden floor is too noisy, it always has something to hide. The key said cellar. It was time to descend to the underworld. Cellar was written down on the key. My stomach was urging me not to go. Down there, in shadows ever thicker, things could only be worse.
Seeing Selena flee strengthened my belief something darker was closing in. A wolf hidden amongst men. It felt like finding a lost love, but being on the brink of losing it again. I had to be quick.
Selena's escape. Selena was facing me, her thousand stars stinging my eyes, unaccustomed to the light. Her hand was warm and weightless. Then her fear came, something behind me, and I lost her again.
Selena fled men, just like William, the so-called Black Lake Wolf, had fled his mother. The real wolf was in the blood. It was the night of the world. Its fangs, sunken deep in the flesh of America, had poisoned us all long ago.
All right. And with that, I think I'm going to take another short break here. I'm going to take a few minutes, take a moment to stretch my legs, get a fresh cup of tea going, use the restroom and stuff. So I will be back in just a few minutes and continue on with White Knight. I do plan on finishing this all in one stream. And there's not too much left, but still got a decent chunk of game left. I'd say we're probably like 2/3 through the majority of the game. But there is still a decent amount left. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back in just a few minutes to continue on with White Knight. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. And yeah, I'll be right back.
coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now. If we'll live, if we'll die tonight. A silver coin in the night sky flips over and over. It takes eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now. eternity to decide what'll be the best side to fall back on, but he won't tell now. No, he won't tell now. If we'll live, if we'll die tonight.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, this is a new one. I thought I read this before, but nope. Muted? No, shouldn't be. Sorry, I've got tea, so I'm kind of pausing and like sipping. William Vesper's Diary, Excerpt 16, May 18th, 1932. That girl is a diamond. She's opening up little by little, even if I don't ask anything. She has more scars than I ever inflicted, yet she deserves none. Her talent comes from there, surely. She says I make her happy, but she keeps crying. It is only on the stage, when her voice and the sound of my piano meet, that I feel I am loving her like a man, and not like a desperate soul. When reality strikes back, I feel so powerless. To think I have waited for her all my life, and now I am like under anesthesia, trapped behind these rotten walls I carry around me all the time. My hands are shaking when I touch her skin, because I understood that someone was missing between me and her. Something that was there with all the other girls. A cold and sharp splinter of silver. So William is a crazed serial killer, multiple victims, but Selena was the one he fell in love with. Already read that. Need to get to the cellar. Fuck. I'm gonna miss it. Okay, got it.
Hello? Who are you?
Hear me. Need help.
No. No, it can't be. No!
You don't have a discussion with yourself every day. At least, not on the phone. The world had folded back on itself like a piece of paper. I didn't want to know more. The harm was already done.
So I like that, because more than just this like tragic tale of this, you know, these people in the Vesper family going crazy and surviving through these horrible situations during the Great Depression and like all of this stuff. More than all of this, Now there's this element. Back in the very beginning of the game, you walk in to the Vesper Mansion, the phone rings, and you pick it up and you hear a voice. So, this is the voice we heard. We were hearing ourself later in the future. So now there's this whole other reality and time folding back in on itself aspect. That man's stare looked as if it was coming from another world. These fucking bugs everywhere. Already read that. We've got a blood trail to follow. The bugs kind of throw off the movement and stuff a little. Margaret is there. I'm gonna save. Margaret is in the save room. Margaret, you've... Oh, no. I can still save, though. I don't think I've ever seen this Margaret in the save room. Make sure to turn that light on. Kill this Margaret in front of the cellar. And down we go.
I could smell from here the scent of murder and madness which emanated from below. Selena's story was one of light, trying to survive in the night of a nation long corrupted by darkness. I have to admit it. I was afraid of what I would find at the end of that path.
End of chapter 4. Short chapter. Chapter 5. Between Praise and Hunter. More spooky Margaret photos. And there's spooky Margaret. There's another one. There's a lamp, but I need to remember where the actual switch is. There's a save point, but I need to turn the lamp on. There we go. Fuck you. Also you. And also you, apparently. Alright. Lots of stuff to look at with the lamp. There is a valve with a symbol above it. That's going to be important. Let's first and foremost go save. Pick up matches if I can. Because of the dampness, the Vesper cloth was covered with mold. Handcuffs tied to chains. The blood didn't seem to have dried out. The handcuffs still bore scabs of dried blood. The victims probably struggled violently. I tried not to imagine what the wolf could have done to them. Was I really that stranger I had on the phone hours ago? He was living his own nightmare now. Mine wasn't yet over. No dialogue? Just the broken glasses? Okay. Victim's note number 8. My darling, this night I spent with you was wonderful and I want to have more of it. Don't worry about people or what they say. They just don't understand. I do. I understand your concern. I went down that road. To find the light, you have to step out of the shadows. I did it 5 years ago. You don't have to go yell it in the street. Just be honest with yourself. Let me guide you towards this freedom. You're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I want to mix my lips with yours, my hair with your hair, bent on you, losing myself into your eyes, your hands on my hips. Let's see each other tonight. I'll come and get you. Judith Phillips. The pipe seemed linked to the rest of the mansion. So there's a whole big pipe puzzle thing we get to solve. Unsold goods from the Vesper factory. Business didn't go so well. A water inlet, probably supplying the whole mansion. This valve was probably controlling the water input. The stairs I used to come here. This valve seemed to link the boiler to the rest of the mansion. This wire diagram was obviously linked to the electrical panel. There's like all these little puzzles and things to be solved. Someone had left a note regarding the electrical panel. So here was the monster fed by those pipes. So it's all trying to turn on this fucking big furnace. Had a terrible premonition about Selena. I was running out of time. Nub over car speakers sounds lovely. Nice. Oh yeah, you're so early now. You're already off? You're already out of there? I think that's it for that one. Fuck off, Margaret. All this blood. It was the blood of the moon. It was impossible. Little altar to all the victims. A fucking severed hand in a pool of blood. Things are not looking good. Someone, presumably William, took it out on that desk. A whole thing of discarded shoes. Okay, here's the actual boiler room. Had to calm down, just missed one step. There's no pressure here. Pressure level in this tube was at the minimum. No need to put my fingers in there. The box was definitely powered. So I think I just need to go turn valves that I haven't turned yet. Boiler was cold. The dead didn't care much about heating. Although the boiler was not working, it was still emitting some residual heat. It had been used during the day. I could then be able to activate it. The plan of the cellar was a tangible proof that the world still had a solid structure. I was desperately holding on to it. All right. Well, there's obviously a Margaret guarding that area. Here we go, from Selena to William, excerpt number 9. I wake up in a bedroom I have never seen before. An old black lady is knitting in a corner. She tells me, "Cry and get over it, child. Life goes on." I put my hand on my stomach, and I understand. They took it away. Everything in the world suddenly seems to fall apart around me. I am in Rockford, Illinois, at the end of the tether, with no money. The old lady agrees to let me stay for a few more days. She has been paid for that anyway. She doesn't tell me anything, but I know enough already. I find a job as a waitress in a lowly restaurant out of town. I want to sing, but no sound comes out of my mouth. After a while, though, I have no tears left. I've been crying for too long. I can't cry anymore, neither for me nor for the child I will never have. But one thing is for sure, I will be back in New York, soon. So more of an idea of kind of what Selena's going through as well, or was going through leading up to this. Hey, what's up, Yui? Hope you're doing well today. Water was now running in the bowels of the basement. The lamp was broken. My matches were the best option. No, I want the lantern. Alright, so I need to go get the axe from the boiler so I can chop down those boards. I think the boiler should be on now. There we go. Take that, Margaret. Victim's note number 10. Beth, here are the instructions we discussed. Go to the rectory, 15 Tyler Road at 9 p.m. Ask to see Minister Kent. He will direct you to your room for the night. The next morning, you should begin organizing the collection of food supplies and clothing, and then distribute it to the poor. This distribution will take place at several locations of Black Lake and Crescent Bay. Ask Minister Kent to confirm them. Do take some time to chat with the unfortunate poor devils. You know so well how to do it. I was told that on top of all the hardships they have to endure, women have been disappearing in this district for some months. I am grateful you accepted to take over for me. Your kindness is a testament to your faith. Maybe we can do something to help making this century better after all. Joyce Rivera. So all these different letters, kind of what drew these different women to the Black Lake, Crescent Bay area, where they fell victim to William. More matches. That axe was a comforting find. The planks would submit. I like how this is the first time we see something really in color. Is this yellow flame coming from the boiler. I love the way they have this like framed. Just pop that into the old trench coat. Hurt. I was haunted by the sight of her wound. I tried my best to reach her, yet the murderer outstripped me. In which reality? Selena's life was like a memory. She kept replaying on and on, but memories can die. So can someone tell me the basic of this game? To do kind of like a recap or a summary up to now, at the very start of the game, our player character was at a jazz club called Smoke and Mirrors, and was driving back home and wrecked his car and he lost his memory, so he wandered into this mansion, which is right next to where he wrecked. And as we've been going through here, it's called the Vesper Mansion. Been learning more and more about the family that lived here, Margaret and Henry Vesper and their son William, And over the course of the game, we've come to discover that this son, William, has been actively murdering people. He's known as the Black Lake Wolf. He's like a serial killer local to the area. And we're finding that he was obsessed with this jazz singer, Selena, who sang at a club called Smoke and Mirrors, which is the very club that our player character was coming back from. So we've essentially established that we are William Vesper, this serial killer, sort of regaining our memories, chasing one of our potential victims. Not so much in a literal sense, but as a way of kind of regaining his memory of who he is. So we're chasing behind the ghost of this singer, Selena.
The faces scattered in the mansion were haunting me. Each painting had told me of its story. It was like a prompter to an actor whose role is written while he plays it.
A premonition. That Mayan pictogram was the symbol of the moon. The panel presented a collection of alchemical elements. Oh yeah, that's another part of the story. William Vesper, in all of his craziness, fucking loves the moon. He worships it, and a lot of the people he's been killing, he's been doing so in sacrifice to the moon. That massive door would not move, no matter the urgency. So we got a series of buttons we can press. We need to
The
figure out the
mansion wanted a
code.
witness for its drama to exist. It was using me to write its story. Right in my brain. With an ink of blood and darkness.
William liked to live among dead things, sacred or not. Very poorly thought out test. Oh no. Poorly thought out, but hopefully it, I don't know. Said it didn't go well. I'm sorry, Ottermelon. For you, my angel, my light. It's our real life photo equivalent of Selena. Need a source of light, such as lamp. Let's go ahead and save. Guy's totally not wanting to be a werewolf by sacrificing people to the moon. Well, I mean, they refer to him as a wolf. As like the Wolf of Black Lake or whatever. But as far as I know, there is no werewolf element. As much as that would make sense. Books about lunar rituals, fertility, initiation, murder. The usual. Handcuffs. William liked to incapacitate his preys. I didn't like masks, but that one looks special. Yay, we have a special mask. As I was adjusting the vibrating mask, my hands were shaking. It fit perfectly. It was a piece of the puzzle. So, circle with the dot. Circle, cross, Ankh, and skull. I felt a puff of fresh air on my skin and the smell of blood. You know what? Let's make a save. Now that the door is open. Better be safe than sorry. Well, this game, like, it only has one real enemy, which is the ghost of Margaret Vesper. And you can also die from just being in darkness for too long without a light source. So pretty much in both cases, death is pretty much instant. So, even being familiar with the game, I tend to save a lot, be cautious with saving, because death is always instant.
I was lost. My mind didn't belong to me anymore. My memory had been stolen, trapped in the tumult of the accident, which somehow had become the day I was born. This night of ghosts and death. This night, which was the night of the world. This night had made me the witness of an unending tragedy. It had made me one of the characters in its plot. And I wasn't there by chance. No. Places like this one pick their stories and their characters. They crush them. They drive them mad. And they keep their madness in their walls. This is what fuels them and keeps them alive. I tried going back in my memories, remembering a woman, a kid, a job. I had no story, no canvas to remind me of those. In this labyrinth, I felt lonelier than ever. In this world, there will always be a green room for people like you, Selina. A dark room in which their light can grow, if they don't die first. This light, which emanated from you, it had probably always been there. It was your voice which attracted people who came to see you sing. It was you. Would I have gone and talked to a girl like Selina in the world of the living? Probably not. Her light would have burned me alive. But here, I was a moth. And in her light, I was seeing the beginning and the end of all things.
Anonymous, thank you so much for the bits. The Ghost Pyramid bits. Very much appreciated. From Selena to William, excerpt number 10. I have money in New York and not in a bank, at a freelancing banker who can trust the banks after the crash. He's a worthy man who lost a lot himself when Wall Street collapsed. He seems happy to see me come back. I take all my money back after paying him his fees, and I go to Harlem. I have personal belongings to collect. I had given my banker one of the keys to the flat. I'm so scared, my heart is beating so fast. But Jim isn't there. The place is full of ghosts I try to avoid seeing. Ghost pyramids. Good job, Monopoint. November is here at last. It's cold and I seek revenge. People walk fast in the streets, eager to get home. I put a scarf on my hair and wear glasses to avoid being recognized. I also know how to hide my Norwegian accent. I know where I have to go. It's the last place I want to go, one of the disgusting places the modern world is built on. Then it all made sense. Selena was calling me. She was guiding me to her murderer.
Why did you do this?
From Selena to William, excerpt number 12. One morning I read in the Daily Boston a New York jazz producer is dead. Jim Erziger. He did better in California. You know the rest. I'm hiding here in Black Lake. These dark suburbs are a good place to wait, to atone for your sins, or to kill yourself. I'm not alone. All the friends one needs are in a bottle of whiskey. I discover the smoke and mirrors. I go on stage one night without knowing what would happen. I haven't sung in months. I think about my father playing the piano as the first snow is falling, one morning in Oslo, and my voice comes out at the grave, fresh and pure as the first flower of spring. Elliot hires me, and then there was you, your manners, your elegance, your discretion, sharing my thirst, the thirst that takes us to the end of the night, how I learned to love you. From Selena to William, excerpt number 11. Bumpy Johnson's face doesn't show any expression when I place the money on his desk. He is the little prince of Harlem's mob, Lady St. Clair's lover and lieutenant. They know who I am because they saw me singing in some clubs and because they have been keeping an eye on Jim for quite some time. I give them another reason to be mad at him. It's a letter from Jim pledging allegiance to John M. Dunn, a former lieutenant of Lady's arch-nemesis Dutch Schultz. When Bumpy asks me why I'm doing this, I don't think twice. The day Jim killed my child, they told me life was going on. For some, life goes on, Bumpy answers. He gives me a cigarette. Maybe not for Jim. And I smoke for the first time in my life. I decide to buy a bottle of whiskey, to take a train, and drink up to Boston. While the countryside passes by in the dark, I want to sing for everything I've lost. But despite I paid blood money, my voice is still like a prisoner in my chest. Something is broken, so I drink, and I am looking for peace in that bottle. And again, these are letters from Selena to William. So she's kind of explaining her situation, what led her here. and kind of her past. That's the pathway that just has more matches. Already read that one. A pentagram. I had already seen that symbol in another life. Here we go.
Why did you do this?
Yeah, I thought there was some switches down here. There it is. This whole part is just so dark. Wind up burning through so many matches. So we can see the shadow of a symbol here. And the symbol above the door. So by using this, we just need to recreate the symbol. There it is. Smirt. Not a bad puzzle. As said, I like a lot of the light and shadow-based kind of logic puzzles and stuff in this game. Although we are going to get to... We're coming up on, like... First off, we're coming up to another very difficult bullshit part, where it's just lots of Margaret ghosts, and hope for good RNG. And there's going to be another puzzle, which is always, like... It takes a bit to solve. It's a good puzzle. I like it. But it just takes a bit. And they're fucking all over me as soon as my match is out. Like I said, bullshit RNG part. Let's forcefully put out a match, light a fresh one, and go. And I got fucked again. Thank God. They were very close at the end.
I knew it. The scent of blood in the air. It was hers. Anger was growing in me. Thinking about William stabbing her with a blade. But it wasn't over yet. Oh no. I was going to save her. It didn't matter where the wolf would hide. I would skin it.
On the run. Stabbed and losing a lot of blood, Selena still had that animal fear that made her stronger. She was on the run and I was with her. We were escaping the night, but the night was still ahead of us, and the worst was yet to come. Yeah, pulled that knife right out. Should have read the Silent Hill wiki. The bucket which fell down the well. That was an eternity ago. It was like 5 hours ago? 5.5 hours ago? Yeah. So that fell down and gave us some extra matches here. Which is good, because we're going to need lots of matches to look around. Because there are symbols on the outsides. Circle. that all need to be pressed in the proper 5-symbol sequence. Then we've got the inner ring with Roman numerals. And then we have this. As another piece of the puzzle. So this is that puzzle where it's like, this one is a lot more involved. There's like a lot more to it. All right. So that gives us moon-like marking in the center. It does not let me interact with it anymore. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So triangle with a spike through the left side. Ghostbusters symbol. Crescent moon. There are multiple onks. So the smaller onk with no thing in the middle. And a triangle with no thing. So triangle with the spike, Ghostbusters, crescent moon, little onk, triangle. So triangle with a spike, I think is over here somewhere. That's normal triangle. That's the wrong spike. That's it. After that is the Ghostbusters symbol. That's the crescent moon. Circle with a dot. Onk. Skull. Ghostbusters. Then it was crescent moon. Let me make sure there's not multiple. There's not. That's this one. Smaller onk, triangle. I mean, you're correct, Filthy. It is the Venus symbol. It's just for my own stupid sake of memory, you know? They all just look like onks. I think this is it. And then a triangle. Normal triangle. Boom.
New scents started filling the air again. Sea spray, moist soil, plants. Soon after, I could hear rain and thunder. She had guided me on the way out. She had saved my life. But as all prisoners know so well, you're not free just because you can see the sky. This was just another setting for the same tragedy.
That's chapter 5. The matches were soaking wet. I had to do without them. So now we're crawling out of our own grave. William Vesper. Chapter 6. Dawn Will Not Come. Light all the matches. Light all the soaking wet matches. That poor record sitting in the rain.
She was inviting me to follow her. Come see, she was telling me. It was her best part. Victim who plays her role to cheat death. But she wasn't deceiving anyone. And me, even less.
Would Selena be
Conscientious
safer outside?
diva.
Oh, shit.
Selena walked to her grand finale. My fear was washed away by disgust. I was about to meet William.
I was back where it all started, a life ago. So we went through all that just to get an axe, so that we could pry open the trunk of the car that we crashed in the very beginning.
So it was me. And I had killed her. I had killed the only beautiful thing in the world. The only one which could save me. I'm sorry. It was me all along, Selena. The son of a bitch. The sicko. The killer. The wolf. The filth. The bastard. The scum. Oh, you should have let your mother kill you. You should have undone what she did. You knew, and yet you let me have a second chance, Selena. Let me go on till the end. The memories of what I had done were coming back slowly. Like the tide washing ashore the rotten corpses from a wreck. Selena was lighter than a pillow. The real weight, was all those years of filth stored in my memory. Images. The blade I sunk deep into the stomach of my own mother. Those dark-haired women. Those hated clones of Margaret, split from head to toe as a sacrifice to the moon. Their organs displayed carefully, like some child fresco. Selena on the stage of Smoke and Mirrors. The glass I used to toast with her. The first time we talked. Her tears. The letters in which she told me about losing her kid. How her husband had been murdered. And our kiss. The blade I used to stab her. My father and the father of my mother died from the same madness. The same poison that men injected into the economic system they had created. On October 29th, 1929, millions of casualties. The scent of blood. And for the wolves, the beginning of the hunt. Selena's warmth was pulsing slowly in my arms as the dark spot of my culpability was growing over her stomach. In the sky, the moon was watching me, her son, as I was taking my first steps, holding her daughter in my arms. A resurrection. A second chance. Selena was dying. I could tell from her body, tightly pressed against me. At times, her eyes would open and stare at me. Not a hint of anger or accusation. She could have let go. Let her light pass. Let my mother take me back. But she was protecting me. She was forgiving me. The moon was silently watching us as we made our last push through the night. Soon, dawn would come. The sun would wash away all that ink which had condemned us. Goodbye, Luna. Goodbye, Mother. This night had been too long already. I went as far as I could. Selena, the one who would give me everything life had left her, was fading away, despite my efforts to hold on to her light. If night was the world, then this world had no end. This was my America. Stranded here, facing the void, under the cold glare of the silent moon. She was dying. She was dying for all eternity, and I kept awake to see her take her leave.
Sam Jazz. Sam Jazz, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Very much appreciate it. So yeah, everybody, that's White Knight. Like I said, a game I wish more people knew about. Now you guys know about it. One of the better survival horror, sort of atmospheric horror story-driven games to come out in the last several years. What year was this made? This was 2015 by a studio called Osome Games. And they never made anything else like this. They did some other games and stuff, but nothing else like this. So yeah. As said, one of my favorite games, really interesting story. I love the black and white aesthetic. I love the setting. I love the soundtrack. And again, the story really wraps you up where it's just kind of all this creepy stuff about this family that owns the mansion. And then as you start getting more of the impression of who the main character is, that you are William Vesper, and you start sort of putting all that into the perspective of the things that you're reading, it gives it that much more context. Where when you see, you know, these creepy letters about this family and stuff, and you realize, you know, our character was part of this family. It builds up the backstory very well, the relationship between all the members of the Vesper family and kind of how they felt about each other, their family business, and the impact on all of that during the Great Depression. That said, really great, just overall attention to detail, solid writing, simplistic but effective art style, mixed in with some really good elements with like the notes and the photographs. I love all the real life photographs, creepy photographs and stuff. And again, this soundtrack reminds me a lot of Rule of Rose, among many other things. Fell asleep between the last puzzle and him laying Selena down. What happened? He solved the puzzle, which went back out into the graveyard in the beginning of the game at the front of the mansion. From there, we went back to the car wreck. Now that we had a fire axe to pry open the trunk. He pried open the trunk and found Selena, realized he was William Vesper, and had murdered the only person that he loved, and then went and set her down in front of the moon. Because he's fucking insane. Good game, though, right? Pretty good game. As said, I really enjoyed this one a lot. By this point, I've played this one a lot. I've streamed it a few times. I was doing a lot of offline playthroughs to potentially speedrun it at one point, but the instant death and random bullshit with Margaret made it not very fun for speedrunning. So at someday I might come back to that and try to do a deathless full speedrun of this game. But oh man, it's so frustrating to go for. But maybe someday I'll try to grind that out. Just got here. I'm sorry, Meep. So sorry. I did a super early morning start today. So I've been going for about 6 hours. We're just finishing up White Knight.